Hi. Hello. It is I, your local miso. On with Arknights collab, finally. Pilgrims of Compassion. Wow. So, I have 200 pulls. Now, I'm hoping within those 200 pulls, I can at least get one ego or something, yeah. Yeah, big fun. It's fine. So, of course, naturally, the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna pull. Now, thankfully, we only have to pull for 3 egos compared to like 4, but still. Let's just see what happens. What else do we got in here? Do we not got, I guess, yeah, they're not gonna be in the shop now either because they're special. They're truly limited time edition, and yeah, we get it. So, isn't there? I'm sure there's you can get, yeah, Amiya. Well, I'm probably gonna get Amiya the announcer though, to be honest. Alright, let's see what happens. First 10 pulls. Am I gonna get lucky? I doubt it. Yeah, okay. Alright, we got duplicates. Nice, nice. Fun, fun. Do it again! Okay, okay. This isn't looking too good. This isn't looking too good here. We're already in 20 pulls. God, this is how gamblers feel. Okay. If we shake it around a little bit. Nope. Alright. Oh, wait.
다음 세상으로 넘어가려면
Yeah, alright. Wait, never mind.
여기구나.
That's not, I mean, that is a Honglu ego. Not what I wanted, but alright. Shit, I'll take it. It's not what I wanted. But okay. Alright, what's the next one gonna be? That is an ego I've been meaning to search for a while, though. Nothing? Nothing at all. Alright. We got an extract 10. We already have 40 pulls. Nothing again. Alright. Now we're going deep into the lunacy. This isn't looking too good. Oh! Okay. Okay, what do we get? Okay, 1. That's fine.
오티스타. 찾아온 이유라도 있나?
Okay, it's... Oh, it's 7 association. Okay. Hey, yeah, I'll take that, I guess. New ID. Anyway, so you're playing Limbus company again to convince Trove to buy it. The guy in the Discord. No, I'm playing for the event. And right now, I'm not pulling too good. Already 60 pulls in. Is not looking too good. Oh, okay, maybe. 1 ego? Come on. Come on.
어서 오세요. 주문은
Okay, another 7 association. Wow, this is not looking good at all. Alright. Mint. I'll take it though. New identity. Okay, another pull. 70 pulls. Nothing again. Okay, another gold. Alright, what did I get? Oh, we got 2.
자, 맛볼 시간이다.
Another ego. Wow. That I don't need. Oh, I'll take it anyways. Alright, cool. And what's the other one? Butler Otis. Wow. Wow, this is not looking good at all. Alright, another one. Okay. Another one. Ego, maybe? Nothing. Another one. This must be the most unluckiest pulls I've ever had, to be honest. Okay. What's in this one? Can I get one ego at least? It is a slot machine game. Yeah, I guess you could say that. It's a gacha. Wow, I'm getting every other ego but the egos I want. Alright. Am I really not gonna get anything out of this? I really am not gonna get anything out of this. That's actually insane. Not a single ego whatsoever from the limited time event. We deadass? Yeah, we deadass. Okay. Alright, maybe next time's the charm. Oh, maybe something? Nope. Okay, so this isn't looking too good. Wow. We're already at 200 pulls and we have not gotten any of the limited time egos. Maybe in this next one? No. No, okay. Well, I'm not really surprised, to be honest. I am disappointed. But, you know, it is what it is. Wait, what's the story here? Alright, so... there's a Limbus Arknights collab. These 3 egos are true limited time events. So, you're never gonna get these ever again unless they do another, thing. So we're in fucking... Yeah, and in 200 pulls, I did not get any of the Arknight collab egos. At all. I did, however, get... Just so you know, egos, this stuff here. So what do we got? Thoralaga. So what do we got? We got Thoralaga. Just gonna write these down. Wishing Karn. Run Kyote. So we got that. Another fucking red eyes Ryoshi. Okay. Is this open? Oh no, this is just a normal red eyes. That was 200 pulls. Or no, not 200, but like close damn near to 200. Yeah, that is such an oof. This is such an oof moment. I mean, hey, at least I got new egos. That matters to me a lot, so that's cool. You know, one problem. None of them were like with the new stuff. I mean, hey, what can you do about it, right? How much stuff did I even get out of that for free? Okay, cool. I can get some other stuff. I got stuff from the previous even empty stuff. It gets involved. Yeah. That's so unfortunate. unfortunate, but hey, what can you do about it? Legit, I got none of the new stuff, but a bunch of old stuff. Which is fine, I'm not surprised, I'm just disappointed, to be honest. Damn, I got most of the egos here. Hot damn, and then I got Orison Khan. I mean, we still have plenty of pulls, and this event is gonna end like the 25th of October, I believe. So, there's not much you can do about that. It is what it is. At least I have enough for a pity shard, so I'm getting Gregory here. So now that we've done all of that, we can go on and do the actual story. So, I guess let's do it. So what are we on? There's a hard and normal mode. There's only 14? God, I don't even know how long this is gonna be. If it's super long, I'm gonna cry. Yeah, I don't want to be up until 6 a.m. again. But if that is what it shall be done, then so be it. Clear within 10 turns. Oh, how interesting. It's the four of these guys? Okay, well, I can just go ahead and do... Actually, hold on. If I'm going to use any of those, I'm at least gonna use... Where's my... Not my charge, my rupture team. We can get this out of there and just get this instead. Because this is actually a good ego. Not gonna lie. Even though it's expensive to upgrade all that, it's whatever. Because you have a passive. Yeah. You get all your stuff so you don't die. Alright. This first stage. What's a good team here? Definitely not that. What about Bleed? Legit no good team for this that I have. Nah, straight up Dookie. Alright. Yeah, this is good enough, I guess. You need level 55, it's whatever. Crap, I should have replaced all the other. Whatever. Oh, that's fully voiced? Exploring a lobotomy corporation branch when my consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition itself, a concept without form, floats in the shadow of an ever-widening river swept up by its currents to nowhere. When we ran into an abnormality, but Sadi told us that Hongyon's lobotomy corp branch should be free of any abnormalities. Oh yeah, by the way, this game, like everything that's in this game is like official. So somehow, some way, this is canon. The abnormality, which had appeared out of nowhere, was more otherworldly than any we'd encountered so far on our journey, and up till 6 a.m. again, what you tried to do. Sleep deprivation, yes. Deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue, and seemed to have pulled that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, a myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crushed into my mind like wild waves before ebbing away from its shores. I was already lost in a drift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I going to be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. Heh. An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Are you Dante? Now, how do you know my name? The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves, and a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, yes, I am! Ah, what a relief. Oh, there is no voice acting, unfortunate. Gregor, I think Dante has come to... So, who are... I was about to ask further questions to the stranger with particularly long, animal-like ears, but... yeah. I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, I barely managed to wake myself up from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. There was that stranger from earlier, sitting on top of a rock and silently taking in the sights. A young girl who probably saved my life. That's still, like, so disappointing though, like, bro. No, like, I got absolutely unlucky with polls, man. Wait, so, were those animals' ears after all? Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. So we're standing by the Ibrian coastline. How are you feeling? A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Ibria, huh? Yes, we're in Ibria. Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to U-Corp's Great Lake. Ibria was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute. I see. Oh my god, you're tiny! Or is Dante just tall? Or are you? I think you're just tiny. But oh my god, it's the. Are you a hare? I think you were a hare. When you first start Arknights, this is the character you see. This also begs the question, like, how the hell did we even get here? And how is this gonna begin? I guess. Wait, my colleagues? You must have run into the sinners then. The fog of my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. So this clock head does come in handy. Yes. Manage it, bud. Dante. I'd woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face, and in the midst of this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor, Hong Lu. Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean, and, came as fast as I could, and, oh boy, I was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see you're doing fine. Were you lost at sea? I don't know. Well, I do think I'm fine, though. I guess not having any way to drink water's finally coming in handy. You should go get that checked out just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. So, what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering that lobotomy corporation Bride's Chinchon told us about? Yeah. Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and got sucked into it before we even had the chance to do anything. Man, I really thought that was it for us, especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager Bud. But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch. Though there was quite the mess when we realized that he'd gone missing. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. Does the clock stop when he sleeps? What happens during daylight savings time? Stuff doesn't change, it's just a clock for a head. He's also the main reason why the sinners haven't died. Or, well, I mean, the sinners do die a lot, it's just he has the ability to only revive those that are deemed sinners. He also, fun fact, when he's reviving people, he also feels everything they felt, so, that kind of sucks. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake? Some of us considered that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we were not in District 21. She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lake of the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-ear lady there said. The outskirts region of the Great Lake. I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to the Iberian Sea that way. Terra? Iberia? Yeah, we're in a whole ass new area. We're not in the city anymore. I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse, truth be told, considering Arknights' world isn't also as, cozy and nice. And again, the city ain't much either, in terms of, it being nice. Quite frankly, it's a shithole, but anything outside the city, it's a bit worse. Well, not a bit worse, I don't know, depends, I guess, on how you view it. Speaking of which, who are you? Really? You fellas haven't introduced yourselves to each other yet? It's just that, it's all just a lot to take in. Oof, it's understandable. He did just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. She is, actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amiya, the leader of Rhode Island. Please, just call me Amiya. I'm Dante, manager at the Limbus company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. It seems that this Rodeo Island is a pretty big corporation, but... Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with the rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is at all. As far as I know, there aren't any the post-apocalyptic ghettos. Something like that. The city. Imagine America. Oh, yeah, I didn't get the ego, but I instead got his shut up to what are you saying instead? Hi, welcome to stream, Grieve. So welcome to stream versus. I don't know if I remember that. Yeah, out of all the 170 polls, I did not get a single ego, other than every other ego. See, my luck is wasted, but I still have a chance on doing MD20 extraction tickets. True. We also still got a few more in the 14 days we have. Another 10 polls and another. So we got like 30 polls, I think. But oh my god, I legit got every ego that's not in the event, and 2 new IDs, which I'm okay with, kinda. Cope. A little annoyed. Just a little. As far as I know, there aren't any organizations in Terra with the same characteristic as the one Mr. Gregor explained. At least not with the name like the head. Also, sorry, it's Rhode Island, not Rodeo. Sorry, Gregor's kind of bad with names. So, what you're saying is that we're not in the city anymore. It'd be weird for any higher up at these huge corporations to know less about the head than we do, let alone be completely clueless about it. Well, maybe we tumble into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts of the ruins, probably. Or maybe we've really found ourselves in a completely different world. I've always been curious, like, how characters would, like, from the city would react to worlds like these. Being free from the head. Or as free as they think they are, anyways. If their conjecture is correct, we're in bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Amiya stared at me with some concern as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Wait a minute, how do you understand? Yeah, I just realized this. How do you understand Dante? Yes, recently anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant, to something that we've never observed before, so... Seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. That also begs the question, because it's, I understand why they're so worried that in, like... there's a lot of things to worry about. The fact that they're not in the city anymore, and the fact that, you know, I feel like they would party like it's 1999. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, cause I don't know. Like, if you get teleport, I don't know much about Arknights, but I've heard that it's like, or at least from my understanding, from the little gameplay I've done, it's not the greatest place either, but it's probably better than the city, truth be told. Because imagine, because the city, to give you a brief description, it is the name itself is the city, and it is run by wings, which are big corporates, and each of them are like, I don't know if you could describe it as like a state or I guess a state or a country. Nah, I'd say like a state. So everything's run by big corporates, and the one that's running it all is the head. And it's very oppressive. It's a very oppressive place. For all sorts of... It's just very hopeless, honestly. It's not the greatest place to live in, that's for sure. I really would have appreciated Foss's input. Where'd all the other sinners go, anyway? A bit late on the uptake to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? They're at a settlement near here, where they're all helping out with various odds and ends of the village, while taking turns searching for Dante, of course. Uber capitalism. Yeah, it's basically Uber capitalism. You know, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we're like fish out of water, too. Man, barely got even a wink of sleep since yesterday. And everyone's got to be really tired then, so it's just two of you out here for now? No, Ishmael and Yiseng are the other half of the search party, and we just happen to be the last group in the rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud. Hoo-hoo, you got the news early thanks to Amiya's comms gear, but the other team didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue their search until their shift is done. Oh, are we talking about that village you mentioned earlier? Uh-huh, right. You've not been there yet, huh? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're going to have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seemed to pique Amiya's interest, as she fell into a contemplative silence before carefully speaking up. I'd like to accompany you there. Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot about this place more than we do. I don't actually know Iberia that well either, but I should be able to be of some help. They've closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them, but I did get a briefing before the mission. Closed borders, huh? How'd you get in, Miss Amiya? We followed Dr. Kallisit's directions and illegally crossed the country border. Illegally? Oh, does that mean you can cross the border without obtaining any permissions, Amiya? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. Huh. Is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. Yes, Rhode Island is, in its essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatment for people affected with orthopathy. But we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. I wonder if the head is tracking them right now, or if the head even cares. You see, I can understand their concerns, because, like, what if the head catches wind of this place? And then we go into, like, a fucking Uber, a giant world war between dimensions or something like that. Or the fact that none of these guys are human, I don't think. Or some of the Rhode Island residents or people from Arknights aren't human. They're a different species. And in the city, nothing but humans are allowed in there. Or they get either killed, captured, or thrown out. Since this dimension isn't in the you know, in the head's, place that they rule, maybe not, I don't know. That's just a, yeah, that's a bit concerning. High risk areas, huh? Hmm? Wait, what about your companions? Thought you came all the way here on your own. That's, we were forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop. Mia's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then, there. As we stood about confused, Mia, noticing something, pointed toward the seashore hidden behind large and cracked rock formations. What are we supposed to... There, we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword. A big bickering with two familiar faces. Again, move. You're in the way. You needn't worry as you do. You have had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried. It's... Come on, better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so we got a lot of questions to ask. That playthrough's in, are you? Well, in like this game? I'm all up to date with all the stuff in this game. I need another water, by the way, because there's gonna be a lot of reading. So I'm at that state where I just grind the game, you know, grinding for EXP and other resources to make my little guy stronger, just like every other gacha game. I'll be right back. By the way, I'm gonna get water. Alright, I'm back. He's saying, Ishmael, Dante, you are unharmed. And here I was, getting ready for a 3-day-long search. What a relief. We're all really worried that we might not be able to find you. Foo-foo. You managed to find them thanks to help from Miss Amiya here. Amiya? Are you two acquaintance? Not a good time for a reunion. You can wait until after we take out the sea monsters. Scotty, those organisms the Seaborns Dr. Cullisit mentioned? The sea terrors, to be specific, the less sophisticated ones among them. And they're probably here for me. Sea terrors. I hear the sticky noises of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turn to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smell the heavy, wet scent of brine. At the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It is as though the sea itself is encroaching on the land. I was almost certain we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Your experience with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a worried mood. As Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know. The Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries after all. Dante, what do your senses say? It's unclear. I'd say the closest comparison I could make is with whales, but even that's not conclusive. Well, that's interesting. More enemies on the horizon. We should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them, though. So, let's take them out. Alright. I wonder, is it gonna show Sinner or the information about him? Hey, Amiya. So what do you guys have? Thinking... Nervous impairment? What the hell? Some crazy music. Abyssal horror. Interesting. What are you guys weak to? Oh, everything, I guess. I don't know if you're gonna kill someone with that. Let's not do that. Oh, they're actually rather weak. Okay, that's cool. Go McGregor. Ah, shit, I completely... I forgot that both of your skills are different! I completely forgot both of your skills are goddamn different. It was obviously, but...
준비는 끝냈어요.
let me change. Can I change? Not change the ego here. Hold on. Change into this because this is just better for you. And well, this don't really make not much of a difference to be honest. So it's whatever. Not mirror dungeon. This is a banger, right? Kind of necessary here. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting music playing. Yeah, these two are fucking different from each other. I gotta remember that. Ha ha ha. And he still lost somehow. Me when my little rabbits have a fucking mental breakdown. It really be like that. Alright, you... Yeah, okay, we can't use that yet. There's always something weird coming out of the sea, eh? Give him a mental breakdown. Cool. Thank you, Amiya. Very cool. The excellent command reminds me of doctors. There you go. Thank you for the glazing. I appreciate it. Yeah. It shouldn't target anyone. Damn rabbits. Damn, how many of them are you? Got that defensive gripper. Well, at least thankfully this shouldn't be too long, I say, as I stay up until like 6 AM again and then cry.
Mission accomplished.
Oh, it's even the... it's even the... It's because that's how it sounds in the game when you do that. Alright. All the remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. Whew, I didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside the Great Lake. You can say that again. It would have taken us the whole day if the Scotty character didn't accompany the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. As we were catching our breath after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Scotty glaring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people transform. And a head of a clock? I guess they're both technically true. Well, it's nothing more than a theory at this point. I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess? I only hear a ticking clock. Oh, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Huh? What's up? Ah, no, I'm just wondering how a Miss Mia can seemingly understand Dante. See, that's what I'm saying! How are you able to understand... yeah, what's going on here? Huh, it completely flew over my head that I didn't even question how weird this is. Their voice sounds like a ticking clock to me, too, but I don't know. It's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say, what kind of emotion they're trying to convey. Their explanation reminded me of the Blue Boy in Sinclair's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Mamiya that I felt from them. So she can read me kinda like how Virgilius can, I guess. Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true. It's been a bit of a hassle to always narrate fast or Honglu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So, are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along, too. She said she'd help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you two. Miss Ismail, also Miss Ismail, Mr. Honglu. Took the words right out of my mouth. You've already helped us plenty, and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. The journey is long. Perhaps embarking on it here this sunfall would be wise. How long's the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I do know that it's not very far, though. We just need to walk alongside the coastline for a bit. Scotty quietly points in my direction. Oh, Dante can't tell us the time because they're not on time. Then why the clockhead? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped. I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidarily fixed on my head. The coast of Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. Most things can go anywhere in this world, but they favored places that meet the ocean. So how did people manage to build a village at a place like this? The monsters are called Seaborns, or Sea Terrors, yes. While it is true that they pose certain difficulties, they are hardly the kind of monsters with the strength to bin scourge and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish. She's just telling us to be on our guard, right? Scotty can be quite curt, but she's not a bad person. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out here. Scotty's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village. And that's the first stage done. Ain't that fun? Yeah, rewards. You know what I'm gonna do with all these rewards immediately? That's right. More tickets. Until we get another 10. How much I need? One more? Alright, bet. I guess I'll probably meet Doc, right? Village of the Dead Lighthouse. This hardly looks like a village. It's more like the ruins of one, isn't it? It doesn't seem like they done any proper upkeep to the place. Not in a while, at least. They're really here, living together. The strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see a rotting sign marked with the name Pharaoh Muto. Muto? Muto? Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of long, silent abandonment. We don't see these kind of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city, either. Well, yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on the free real estate, be it a syndicate or corporation, and fix it up. Better than this, at least. So, where are the sinners? Ah, there's a clearing down there where we were entrapped between the twain of great ships, narrowing winds against our sail. Oh, yeah. And that is when young Ishmael boomed, her command most resonant. Say no more. I didn't even have to try to search for them, that unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing on top of a low podium like an actor on stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of our adventures like a traveling thespian. Times are rough in uber capitalism land, I guess so. Well, this is the Arknights world. This isn't the city. I guess we somehow managed to find a way into Arknights. Well, that's what you're saying. Dancers, ye dogs, oarsmen, 'tis the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of vessel Mistopheles, shall never... Stop. Hold on. Just what do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael, unhand my mouth, for I was just about to regale them with the most fantastical tale of adventures at the Great Lake. Gasp! Manager Esquire! Verily, thou dost return with Manager Esquire safely in tow. What? They found Clockhead? The burning clock for a head. Wow, you guys have seen better days. When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary circus with a flaming head. Why would someone like that visit our humble village? While the exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there's no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, a manager, and the rest are... Oh, hello. I'm sorry, who are you two? The two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amia, leader of Rhode Island. And this is Miss Scotty, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a while now. Eh? With us? We believe that the dimensional door which we at Rhode Island are investigating has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia. As Mia was bringing the sinners up to speed. Ah. The villagers, who were staring at us curiously, approached us. Their conversation managed to convince them that we're not a threat. I sure hope so. You are friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, 'tis quite the grand title, yet that is indeed the word by which we addressed. To be more precise, by saviors, they were referring only to Faust the Notice. Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling arc. So, I'm guessing something did happen. They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. What business do outsiders have here? An elf? What if they're from the Inquisition? Oh no, what do we do? After all we went through to get here. Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. Let's first try to see who they are. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. They're all old dungeons. That's STNC than PTSD. Sinclair, can you translate that? You can't do that, Ryosho. We can't pillage their storage deposits. Looks like they already have it hard enough as it is. I don't think STNC is a good way to get started either. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin their arms are. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire as to our whereabouts, where we are to decide our lodging. Well, the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corps. But I don't recall seeing or learning about any place that looks like this, though I can't say I've been to every corner of U-Corp. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. Can't have that. Hi, we're from Limbus Company. We're Fixers of Justice. But yeah, that Fixers of Justice. Oi, don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers? That over there. It's a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? No, these constructions materials seem to suggest so. You know what? I'm not even surprised you know all about... You have some information about boats, eh, Otis? Chief. This does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious. I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run the test to rule out any stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchanger via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to this design, particularly with the usage of the core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seemed to be incredibly energy efficient. You identified all that merely by glancing at this blueprint? Yeah, she's a bit smart. This is a little smart. You must be the village chief, then. If so, I have a proposition for you. In return for assisting in the ship repair, we were promised a ride on their vessel. Miss Foster's theory is that perhaps by going out to sea, we may be able to find a way to return whence we came. Does that mean we can find a way back somewhere out there in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch, yeah. A hunch. Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Faust. Nodded solemnly in response. I can't talk. Photographic memory? Yeah, she probably has that. I mean, he's saying... They're both inventors and scientists, I guess. Yeah, that's how you describe them, yeah. Otis... I am not surprised she knows stuff about boats, considering where she's from, or, you know, the story of, where that her name comes from. Photographic memory. Considering Otis was a, I think Otis was a... It was a name for Odysseus when he was talking to the, when he was talking to the Cyclops, and they wanted to give, the Cyclops wanted a name, which he then gave the name Otis, which means nobody in Greek, I think. Is that right? What does Otis mean? Yeah, ancient Greek word meaning nobody or no one. If we're really in a different world, even our guild staff has to be. No issues were encountered in the repair process. Boss smiles faintly as she looks around. Then she pulls me in by my hems. She whispers in a low voice. My connection to Gustav is currently operating at suboptimal level, Dante. So, it's still connected, at least. Indeed, it is. However, even exchanges of simple information are taking up to dozens of hours by current calculation. She also has that as well. This is a warp train situation because we're in a different dimension. Scrap. The cause should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time, unlike the situation back aboard the warp train. So, to get back to where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution. And from that, you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to the sea? Yes, well, I am also a genius after all. I may have conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. With high likelihood, yes. But this can also mean one who hears well. Really? That's interesting. At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think you can wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repairs have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get its core parts shipshape again, Executive Manager. We'll be staying here for a few more days, then. How did you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest. Still, we weren't cold, thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Not to mention how they helped us a ton with that local map they drew us. Oh, also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's it for? Nah, looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here. I know how to get that installed. It must be to repay Miss Foster and Miss Otis' efforts at repairing their ship. Yet, the service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? Yeah. As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Rhodia keeps in her pockets. Didn't want to get into their food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know? She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people. They did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but I refused. I ain't about taking food from the needy. No need to concern yourself so much with our hospitality. You have done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low, rumbling voice and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself among the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there any place for us to stay tonight? We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity at the very least. There is an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. No, you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself. I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since, like, yesterday. No cat's a code sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you. But we cannot afford to have the executive manager or our honored guests suffer that fate. Honored guests? I heard what happened from the 4 who left in the search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you are a leader at a pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. Haha. I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there. I'm gonna go to the bathroom too, by the way. I'll be right back. Because I love drinking water. Oh boy. Whoa, I am back. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at her hems by her right wrist, and then nodded. Welcome to Fermato. You're welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please, let me know if you find yourself without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who helped prepare the vessel. Oh, you better not go back on your word later. I wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Dried fish like they were eating earlier, maybe? Hey, Chief. What is it? Just how are you surviving out here, by the sea? Perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected. But we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. The chief responds to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. I'm going. Can't learn much more from here. Huh? You're going somewhere at this hour? Scotty, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember what you said before we got to the village. Something about how coasts are hardly good places to live in. Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast. Do you understand the Aegir language? Aegir language? No. Dante, Scotty just spoke in Aegir. Huh? I could understand a word of Scotty in the chief's conversation because I don't speak Aegirian. It may well be that there were enough lexical similarities between one of the city languages and the languages Scotty spoken for them to comprehend the meaning. More coincidence? Anyways, I have some things to look into, something you're all too slow to see. You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember, you're not on a solo mission, Scotty. This is a team effort from Rhode Island. Yeah, huh? Will do. Scotty nodded lightly before leaping off into the night out of our sights. I'm kinda worried. I'm sure he'll be fine. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Oh, yeah, we can probably just pick an unlit building and stay the night there, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into a nearby unaccompanied building. Nice. Cool. Did I get more materials out of that? No, I did it. Barely have any lunacy left. After all of that. Oh, there's a normal and there's a hard version of this. Oh boy, more reading. I love reading. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 or so of us. Okay, now we're ready. The curtains on the windows removed, the smoke has an exit. Oh, I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that'd work. We just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all the smoke. It's clear that she had some field experience, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Bequeath upon me thy ingredients, young Rodion, for I shall conjure thee a spot of special fixer soup. Yeah, making soup with cookies and jelly. No, you're not getting anywhere near the kitchen again. Not after what you cooked up last time. Well, I must admit to a certain level of interest. This medieval fellow's viscera are oft racked with intense agony upon indigesting of your making. Perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Right, don't you remember? We agreed to leaving cooking to Mur or Odie if we're ever in a situation like this, remember? Did we? See, I think it's become some sort of an unspoken rule after everything that's happened. Remember, back during last year's cooking contest at Cake Corp, there were only 2 people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh, does that mean we'll get to try Otis cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. I'm glad to see that everyone's still energetic given the circumstances. It can't be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach to your colleagues, Amia? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comm devices. Maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The doctor, Dr. Calcit, they're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. Long as this curiosity linger within me, thus allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their natures, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet, the activities of your corporation resemble those of charity organizations as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicate this blood distinction? Damn, she got rusted will be the rust. It's crazy. Aha! I wanted to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Rhode Island's helping people? Something about what Honglu said bring back unpleasant memories. The horrible experiments seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering, the embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Honglu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it can provide. There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you. It spreads deeper and deeper into the infected or internal organs, eventually accumulating in their death. It's called oropathy. Amaya showed me the back of her right hand, dotted with what appeared to be obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of the bio-treatments from the back streets, but there was something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any cases of full recovery. But there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable, deadly disease? Well, it varies region by region. Discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. Ying Sing began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in places with terrible, inhumane conditions, and there have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but this is hopefully highly contagious. No, there have not been any records of infected by contact as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystal growths on their bodies decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. Then, barring environments like the active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected and daily life seem to pose hardly any risk. So what's the problem then? They're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. The Rhode Island's goal has to be... Yes, it is important to develop a cure for oropathy, but... I think what really matters is that we change the circumstances for the better for the infected. It's not going to be an easy endeavor, though. That's what gives your effort more... That is what gives your effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Amiya. I really do. so, for truth. The city, this world. We both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from? This city? What kind of place is this city, anyway? The kind of place with too many pointless rules? The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much, you see something even worse? Yeah, that is quite horrible to see. Now, you might be wondering to yourself, what the hell are these things? Well, they're called sweepers. During the time between, I believe, 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., the sweepers of the back will sweep through the back streets and other areas. They come in hordes, and anything that is in the direction of the sweepers get absolutely demolished and gone. If you or me were to be caught up in a sweeper wave, not even our bones would be there. Literally all that would be left is our clothes. And also, you really don't want to be outside during that time. Like, at all. And like I said, the only things that are allowed to reside in the city are humans. So, me saying this can give you an idea that even though these things look like robots, they are, at the end of the day, just another human. But God knows what the hell happened to these guys for them to turn into this, to turn into whatever this is, really. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. Yeah, I mean, it's a shit zone, to be honest. The sinners seem to be in agreement, as of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished, where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. Yeah. Yeah. It's an irrational place full of absurdities. Another human. Yeah. Like I said, the only thing that can reside in the city are humans. That is a rule that is in the city. So anything that you see in the city, no matter how inhumane it looks, like an abnormality, at the end of the day, it is still human. And it shall remain in the city. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. We can at least grasp about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. It would be more correct to experience more and accumulate oneself to it instead of complaining. You did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shout shattered through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goes by untarnished by villains and their foul deeds. Yet worry thee not, for evil visits, so dost fixers of justice too. Don Quixote jumped from his seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles. Don Quixote, watch out. Whoa. Hello? Then from behind the wall, she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How farest thou? Farest thou, but you gotta apologize first. That seemed a tad too high for today. Apologies, for I hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Are thou unhurt? Any injuries? Are you mute? No. Pray tell, to what? Forget the apology. I just want to know what happens next. The fixers of justice was up to what? Oh! Oh! Has now come to me to hear the tales of fixers? I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Oh, is it too late? Is it too late an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep. Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite early in the hour for tales. In fact, prithee, seat thyself here. You ungovernable fool. Calm down. We don't even know who she is. And don't you forget to share those fixer tales over there in the corner at the disturb our sleep. Thou makes a request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kind of stories, but we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mayers. How should I put this? Did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my Gramps. Yes, I did. Oh, that nice guy? So he had a granddaughter. Yet, I've not seen you once, Miss Mayers, under the sun. Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dried of any young blood. Like Rhodia said, while we didn't see Mayers out there, there wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me? Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside. Huh? Yeah, I mean, a little well-fed. He ain't looking too bad from the other fellas who were starving to death. It looked like they were starving. Going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything. It seems they do not give full faith to their saviors. There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life, though I would like to know why. My, so there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village. No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, I guess I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. We are... Ah, I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. You did? Ho ho! Pray, how didst thou hear us? Via a listening device most secret upon our chamber? Mayor tapped the side of the wall, the part that was still standing, anyway, and smiled, ironically. Bad soundproofing. I could hear pretty much everything, Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically saying during the day. Verily, I see. I think you could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once. Well, I guess that's good enough for self-introduction, so... Care to regale me with the tale of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city? Indubitably, then. Aha, this shall do. I shall regale thee with the tale in which the legendary fixture, the arch magnificence herself, the red mist. Hold on, I gotta send this to someone. Anyways, suppose that killed any hope for a good night's skip. But don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay, no matter how nosy things are? What? You take me for some kind of hibernation bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. Snark. Okay. So I'd say bear in hibernation is a pretty adept descriptor. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Mercer did enter sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to his routine, while Fosslate claimed to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the closure of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners who had spent their last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixture of the Zwei Association First Section... Though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. He's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she?
Every day.
Yeah. Pretty funny. Oh! I guess it's okay, since Mayor seems to be having fun. As I continue to watch the pair with some mild concern, Amiya, who not yet sleep, approached me. The city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with fixers of justice and exhilarating tales of adventures. Did you actually experience all of them yourselves? No. No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually those of other famous people. But she's telling with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess, if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retelling of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ismael's replied uncertainly, thinking back to the plays we were made to watch back in La Mancha land. Well, I think all those stories, even though they're only partially true, just goes to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to enforce it. Haha, that's true. I hope there come a day when Rhode Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Something wrong? No, I just thought Miss Mayers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked to her direction as well, but all I saw was Mayers excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. Well, what happened then? Thus spake Lady Otis, boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. thou presume to stand in our path, servant of a master most unworthy. I, Otis, shall educate ye on how manners make it. Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus and his adventures in Hong Yon and his face. Otis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it, what kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that." Huh, barely. Certain aspects of the retelling may have been exaggerated. God, I gotta go to the bathroom again. I love drinking water and speaking. See, you know, what's nice about games with voice acting is that I don't have to read it out or anything like that, you know? Anyways, I'll be right back again and another water. Yeah, it is basically an animated novel. That's so high. See, if there's one thing about Limbus Company that you should know, along with the other Project Moon games, is that there's a lot of reading involved. So, you know. Ah, that's Tale of Adventures for you. Things are about to get a bit dry when a story's told too realistically and as is, right? You know, nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record or a book, were made once the profound silence swept through this village. So I've always had a craving for these kind of stories. But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from immigrating, contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge to cross the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, well, what kind of organization is this Inquisition? Probably thinking about, well, everyone from Limbus is probably thinking about N Corp, because N Corp has the nail, or an Inquisition similar. Well, not similar, but like, they're probably thinking about the N Corp Inquisition people, who, especially Sinclair, since he was the most affected by them. The N Corp, that group of people in particular, heavily dislikes those who have prosthetics and whatnot, because they believe that it's inhuman and that anyone that is caught by them— oh man, I'm so drift off. I'm going to have to dip by later, so that's fair. It's like late, and I'm probably going to be streaming late too. Yeah, so with N Corp, if you get caught by N Corp and you're wearing any sorts of prosthetics, whether that be something as small as, I don't know, like a replacement for a finger, they will kill you. Or worse, no? I sure do love my religious fanatics. Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition, and the people fled from it. Yeah, the Nigel and Hammer we saw back at Call aren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. That's their name, Nigel and Hammer. According to Dr. Cosette, the Inquisition is what fills the power vacuum once Sibilia fell into chaos. That is, its inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia cities from lawlessness. That alone kind of makes them sound like good people, though. Those have been up since 30-ish. Yeah, that's fair. Probably should rest. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever lengths to deal with incidents related to the church that worships Seaborns. Jesus, have you been awake since 3 a.m.? That's actually kind of crazy. I say this, yet I also don't sleep at all, but you know how it is. Hey, an organization that worships those monsters. It seems that the cultist fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. Anyways, I'll see you around, Versus. I feel like people with all kind of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See, the Seaborns are the ones that messed Iberia up, so following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them. Do you think that the Iberia is like this because of the Seaborns? Those things from earlier? I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. There's always bigger fish in the sea, innit? Anyways, it's just what I heard from Gramps, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those who claim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me. But it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. I must have had to endure such a long period of pain. Be able to say something like that with such composure. For Iberia, they are heroes who will bring the land back to its glory days. But to Gramps, they were just oppressors making his life difficult. That's why we've all come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze. Yet, where else has decided to settle at a place that is so, run down? Indeed. Yeah, I know. It's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. A new path? Oh, it's getting late. We'll be repairing the ship tomorrow, too. Are you deciding to go to the city? No, don't go to the city! It's not worth it. That is like the last place you want to be in. This place really has no sunproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow, too. That's the last place you want to be in, brother. That's not worth it. It's so not worth it. Like, especially since I assume these aren't human, from my understanding, because I think, yeah. It is not worth, it's not worth it. Yeah. A mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seemed that the lives its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. Eh. Oh man, don't make me sad remembering that. And what is this? What am I fighting this time? Oh, I can actually use all my centers this time around. You could do funny envy stuff, so let's do that.
형님과
Can
누님들의
I use
신분
all?
자, 준비되었습니다. 돌격.
새 거래처를 찾으러 가는 거야?
Huh? Average level 47, it's all good
누굴
and
패치
fine
내가
and
참아.
dandy. It's so big. Amazing. I didn't know there were remaining vessels of this class in Iberia. Aha! I espy her name. I espy her name here. 'Tis called by the name Rebellion de las Masas. Rebellion das las Masas, Revolt of the Masses, is it? A name very much mired in peculiarity indeed. Anglu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home. Malishmal quickly jumped in to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to Mefmu or the Indigo Elder's skiff. I thought it was going to be somewhere around Mephi's size, at most. Are you sure you can get this ship fixed up in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs have already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repairs efforts only concern a few components within the vessel that the village could not repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine, remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Despite Otis's confident declaration, I cannot help but feel oddly unsettled as I look at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it just in case. I'd rather not sink on a sinking ship again. The experience at the Great Lake was enough. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propellers, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. You seem confident enough. Should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up the ship? No, there's a lift-like apparatus down here. It should take us up to the ship. Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? The boat is afloat now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. You are so small. I didn't think you were this small. Wouldn't that be nice? Oi, are you two just going to half about down here? Reading up now. No, we're going with you. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge, I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was gaudy as its exterior. What the? This isn't real gold, is it? Sure is shiny as heck in here. I've got butterflies in my stomach. A.S. Aesthetically satisfying, she says. But too ostentatious, not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel, yet imagine the adventures we could embark on aboard this vessel most lavishly decorated. As Foster and Otis were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been an investigative or research vessel of sorts, but it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look, coordinates, updating in real time, it seems. The coordinates seem to have been sent to somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet. Nope, no islet there. Ah! But blimey, lass, you know how to sneak up on people. Mayors. Haha, what, did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you guys were gonna come fix the boat today. Still, I didn't know you'd be here. Why are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Agar. Cramp's home. I see. Understood. What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair their ship was sufficient to earn their trust in the title of saviors. What she's on about? Keep translating. Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particle, particular circumstances of the village and the statements from the village chief, alongside information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it is possible to gauge the significance this ship's repair has to its local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections, it poses a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend. To employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. Why are you being mean to Heathcliff? Lower the button. I implore you. I shall explain it in full. I was wondering when Miss Smartass would start gabbing like that again. So, what's she on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed, and didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it tightly over his shoulder with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily sustenance consisted of dried food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Considering what Scotty said about how the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafoods aren't from around here either. Maybe it's food they packed when they first came to Faramoto. Some villages were armed, yeah, and those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state the villagers are in, I doubt they have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed, and that brings us to the question of sustenance. Right, I get what's going on here. The lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown, and they're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers. And to convince them, they're planning to use the fact that they're from the same neck of the woods, or seas, I guess. Plus, they're not just repairing the ship, but repairing the food supply plan too. Huh? What's wrong? It's, well, the expressions were rather crude. Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinner stared at him with mild surprise. And I did, too. With them annoying looks. Wait, oh, you sods. You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? Top-notch intuition. It's just that, it's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition always been excellent, and he'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. Yeah, he's smart! Well, might not be smart like that way, but he's smart. At least I think he's smart. Poor Heathcliff. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for, I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Oi, get back here! Now, with those fools out of the conversation, was he correct? I just looked away from the usual chaos and asked mayors. Honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, we won't last another year. But the Aegir will. I'm sure they'll welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Unlike mayors or chief, they're not Aegir. I believe they will. Ibia suspects and hates the Aegir for no reason other than they were from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. But really, might thou explain to us who the Aegir are? I had initially thought it to be a reference to a region, yet it also refers to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe there's something like nest dwellers, though I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts backstreet people with open arms. Or maybe there used to be some rich folk. If they call them nest toffs Aegir here, does that make the rabbit ear lass Aegir too? Wait, in the world you come from, do they not distinguish between races? That is not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does exist. Though I only saw them in the Fathoms, there were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life forms in the city. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my cautious ears. And I've got pointed ears because I'm an Aegir, though it's not a characteristic every Aegir shares. So are you like elves? The closest I see it to what they are discussing paths to be, Don Quixote seemed to be struggling to finish her sentence. Mersalt stepped in to continue. By context clues in the manner of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our world will be blood fiends, similar external appearances to humans, different natures, comparable sapience. It is of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that make us coexist with humans difficult. It may be that the Aegers are also... I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. And wherefore they made subjects of suspicion and hatred. That's... well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to the city folks like us. Think of feathers of fallen wings, kid born in the back streets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet in essence we find the thread. Racism. Something about how we keep fighting these similarities in the ways of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans. Felt oddly discomforting, but that it's a universal thing no matter where you are. It's rather sad, isn't it? Even if there's no other races or, you know, something like that, like in a fantasy world with, different appearances or different, completely otherworldly stuff, or, yeah, I guess that's how you describe that, yeah. Even if there's only one species of the same species, we still find ways to be racist towards each other, and it is very disappointing if you ask me. The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up the ship. Let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of the ship. This way. The ship toward me have to await. The repairs are almost complete, but an issue has arisen. Issue? Well, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple life forms identified ahead, assumed to be a sea terror horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive Messenger, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it, are they the sea terrors you encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experiences tell us anything, we should be able to handle this. Amiya, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Canst thou fight, young Mayos? I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way. Then, guys, find a place to keep Mayos as far as possible from the battle. And let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further.
요즘 고민거리는 없어?
So these guys different? What the hell? You are different.
힘든 점이 있다면 언제든지 나와 상담해줘.
I'm still just checking on the audio, by the way. It's fine. At least to me, it sounds fine. So what's the difference between you, Pallies? You also have sins, but why? Me when the envy.
장부에 따르면 맨정신에 죽여야 하니까.
차 부숴줄 테다.
Get him out of here.
방금
이
공격
작살은
다음에
필살의 증명이.
Whoa, get your SP up, pal.
치명상을 입혔던 직원에게도 도움이 될 수 있는 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
좋아.
저는
장부에서
언제나
삭제.
옳은 말만 한답니다.
총원 불격.
You really roll tails on that. That was crazy.
완전 프렌즈 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이
개체에게
장부에
탐지해야
가까워진
것
것
같아.
함이
Bit overkill, I guess.
완벽한 공격이었어.
Whoa, get middle nerd.
한줄 긋지. 괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만
효율적인
해주세요.
대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 물에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지
제가
않아요.
엄청나게 잘했군. 저놈을 추적해.
예쁘네, 네 피분수. 이건 직원들에게 유리한 상황 같아요. 이 상황을 개체를 제압하는 데 이용할 수 있을지도.
Captain of the B Quad, yeah. Kind of a bad team to use, I guess, yeah.
반격의 기회다.
그 하나로 식구를 가까워진
조금만 더 힘내자. 이제 정말 개체를 제압하기 얼마 남지
정원
않았어.
불격.
I didn't even check what these guys technically classified as. Now that I think about it.
조금만 더 힘내자.
Do you have any classifications? Just
개체를
C
제압하기
terror.
얼마 남지 않았어.
내가 시범을 보이지.
네 피분수.
I guess that's fair.
어디 보자. 그래. 장부에
Lovely.
이쪽을 지우면 되겠고.
Yes. More rewards. We'll get this later.
작은 형님께서
At
흡족하시겠어.
least that's a guarantee ego. Alright, another 10 fall. Well, did I get anything? Did we get an ego? We got 2. Is this the good old end all, or is these duplicates?
여전히도 참으로 북적스러운 공간.
Who the hell are you? It's Louis Yiseng. Okay.
동료들은 어찌 나를 방 안에 내버려 두질 않는 것인지.
Can I get an ego? I mean, I'll take Louis Yiseng. Fuck. Alright, well, no, I'm surprised at all. Wow, am I really gonna get this out of a pity poll? Is that really what's gonna happen here? Is this really just gonna be a pity poll? Disappointing in it? Oh well, what can you do? Let's use another team actually. We can use... Yeah, I know, we got
출근하겠어.
Luria. Is that every Yiseng identity? Ah, I don't have Molar. Wow. Well, another Baron, I guess. Well, I guess more identities are fine. It just disappoints me a little bit. But what can you do about it, right?
흑수.
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면.
Use you guys,
잠깐.
죽음께서
명을 받듭니다. 이제야 불어나.
드디어 내 형님.
네.
부선장이 필요한가?
사랑과
Yeah.
지금 이곳에 등장. 다들 기운이 넘치는군. 역시 본인이 직접
I don't know if anyone else got lucky.
영웅당 탑 5가 도움이 되었는가?
Do their own endeavors.
물어버리자고.
I also gotta go to the bathroom again. Can we have like a counter for how many times I go to the bathroom this stream while drinking water?
물론 제쳐라.
적에게 피해상을 입혔구나. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
You know, I didn't even check if I was fighting different monsters. What are you? Basin Sea Reaper. I love unbreakable coins. They're so fun. Huh. Interesting. Going in the classes, see. Oh, wow. Me when I death right.
기획팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
여관에 가면 또 한참을 떠드시겠네.
Wow.
바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
Go get him.
위야. 막아내지 못하리.
A bit overkill.
말로
But alright.
상대가 알려준 건 잘했어. 역시.
So if he does a second time, is he gonna do another? Or is he gonna do it by himself? Alright, so it is by himself.
쉽게 하지 않아요.
Well, that's interesting to know.
감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 벌써 영혼이 왜 이런 구간이 있지?
So we're not just constantly jumping people, I guess.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Christ, there's a lot of you spawning.
일기당천.
Not really thinking too hard on the battle, to be honest.
이제 깨우치시겠.
I think I'll shard in Gregors, I think, you go.
고작 이 정도 넌 꿈을 피울 수 없겠구나. 난 열어졌지.
이거면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Since Gregors is something I do want, to be honest.
피울 수도 없겠구나.
효율적인 결과를 위해서 이쯤에서 관리자님이 칭찬의 말을 건네줘도 좋을 것 같네요.
발톱을 걸어.
물론 진심까지 담글 필요는 없습니다. 바로
That's always the problem with limited time event banners. Is that like it sucks when you don't get anything out of it, right? And you're just that unlucky.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 지 목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도
Like it just stinks because it just has a stinging feel too. I'll at least get one guarantee eco, but for now I just got nothing. I ain't got nothing, there ain't nothing, and it's just L after L. The remaining entities have all returned to sea. Is everyone okay? It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that had surrounded the ship returned to sea even before the battle came to an end. And the retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to be just running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? Wow, is the ship okay? Minor damage to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities. Phew. So, I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong, of course, but I think I noticed how, around the end of the battle, those monsters were starting to go after the manager. You're probably right, actually. I noticed too, at some point during a battle, those monsters realized that it's the manager who's commanding the rest of us. Since the very same, their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why is a trip with a deep worship monsters like them? That ain't much of a question, innit? They must have all gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential, so much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transfer themselves in other Seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. Their fascination may be an aptitude most befitting a researcher, yet the transformation of fascination into idolatry is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of the whales. Then can they adapt to learn a language to communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Mary's eye went round at Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that there were Seaborn who could talk. If non-humans speak of the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with humans, the other, to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are a phenomenon in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Knights and Dark Days incident. Is there something similar in Arknights that I do not know of? Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Otis's supposition. White Knights and Dark Days. The Pillar of Light in the city, did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mayers? Oh, that's... ain't it obvious? We got the culprit right here. The story to the lass who's been gabbing on with no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kind of stories, hasn't she? Oh, yet I've not gotten that far. You again? You didn't get so lost in your stories that you blabbered all about our company's secrets, have you? Oh, simply not. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Amiya stared out toward the sea, worried that sea tremors might start crawling to the surface once again before turning towards us. I wonder which of the two the Seaborns are. Their sense of self is really, really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you, by chance, worship the Seaborns? I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just a desire for survival. Miss Mayers, does that mean the Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? The repairs are complete. As we were conversing, Voss descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village. Repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done? Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I'd prefer if you could depart as soon as possible. We don't have a time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. That soon? As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. You can see the dimensional door light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. So, you can go back tonight? The first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now. Interesting lore. Yeah, more resources. You know what that means? More of these. Let's go. You know what that means? More lunacy. I need 4 more. Yeah, let's go. or reading. They're only 5 out of 14 and it's already 12 a.m., brothers. Well, it is what it is, no? There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I heard it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who's that over there? The Inquisitor. Think we've been found. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. I guess in a way, yeah. So, the Inquisition has discovered our village. Did you really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? Not as a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership with within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in its fridges. Yeah, I sure do love talking, guys. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here, now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They disregarded the Inquisition's authority, averted the gaze of Iberia, and followed the sodden coast to lurk in. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with a teenage suspicion like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayors, was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share Finbis jerky to the villages, or carry Ergians between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I thought the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Cullis told us that the words of Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It is likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. Then it is decided. Gortys quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside Mayor's earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seemed to have picked it up, though. Executive manager, we must immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What? Are you seriously suggesting that we just let him arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitors said? It seemed quite cut and dry to me. If this is just standard procedure with no local laws broken, we are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that, too. We can't do that. Even if it's standard procedure, even if they're working within the law, it's not. You stayed up to hear Mayor's story, too, didn't you? You know, the N-Corp Inquisitors were working within the law, too, when they came for the village. That was standard procedure, too. If anyone had stepped in then... I know what you went through, but I'd still rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out how to sail the ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn its controls. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. You know anything about the sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat. And can't fight the Inquisitors here directly in our area. Dealing with the ship might be the better option. What should we do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it's kinda awkward for us just to take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to the Inquisitor, then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first, them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might be able to get the Inquisition's support. But, like Mr. Hong Lu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I agree with them both. First, let's at least see what that Inquisitor has to say. R. Rabbit's right, she says. Are you certain the translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right? There's no way Ryosha would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots. It's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitor's seen us. We're already under suspicion. She will doubtless try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first, lower her guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, she's already onto us, and we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you're doing there, looking in the background. Clock-shaped head. Are you from the Colombian Union? They're wearing a clock for a head due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What's the Colombian Union? TikTok. What? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Buddy, don't just tell her that. 2 days. Alright, enough of this scenery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been on quite the unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I am Amiya, leader of Rhode Island. Yes, I am aware of Iberia's closed border situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amiya began with confidence. Unlike Sinclair, at last he was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Ah, so not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, we have an illegal entry as well. We had to, because the issue demands urgency, and... I've been briefed. Brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent that issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation it had for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisition is handling the Rhode Island issue. Stay put and await the consequences while he and that chatty mid-doctor of yours talk it out. Do you know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills? As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane. This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious Aegar. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense. Boy, I think I've heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you're blabbing them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you roll up in here, only to go they shouldn't be alive. I'm arresting them all. What? Are you saying these people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. Not for this long. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. That's it. Lass, if you ever do so much as touch the tip of a single villager's hair, please calm yourself, Heathcliff. But Hong Lu stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off me! I've had enough of her. Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. What do you suggest, then? We're clearly not making any progress by talking this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. The heck? Shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I'm an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes around accosting and arresting the civilians of Iberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whichever that may be, after a proper investigation. So, stop it with this obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante. Without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of a local political authority. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents, like Miss Mayer told us about earlier. I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of N-Corp we saw back at Kahl. They were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor, who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area, was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to instruct me, then, as the standoff was showing no signs of ending. Miss Mayer, I can answer your questions, so for now, let's do as the Inquisitor says. Mayors, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Yet, what of thy grandfather and the villagers? That's alright. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. Huh? May's response to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. Oh? Yeah, ain't that fun to listen to. Can I get more? Yeah, give me more. I beg of you, I need to roll more.
직접 손봐주지.
I'm wondering if I got that right earlier about the stuff about racism, Lamau. I feel like sometimes there are times where I'm just dense or I just really don't understand. Just like your average Project Moon fan, Lamau, but you. Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the seaborns carried by the waves diminished to Liberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, the profound silence, then must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason it's called the Profound Silence? It doesn't seem to be most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence then claimed ships out at sea, then the cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one could say a word in face of the infallible calamity. What are you? No average Iberian citizens would be privy to any of the information you're sharing. And then the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be eager from the seas, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in their lands. So that's why they're arresting the eager left and right. I can see the thought process, but... So, it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante. This isn't good, saying that seems to be some kind of a taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor weirdly stared at Mayors. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. There was fear in the face of her threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no, it's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The High Inquisitor once told me that, should I come across a nigger who knows too much, there's a sliver of a chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia. Cease, thou threatening the innocent with thy brandishing of the firearm? But most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus, they are, with a little doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider. Final warning. Quick on the uptick as always. Aurelia slung Mayors over her shoulder and ran past the villagers, while the suitors scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws her firearm. Yeah, would you look at that? And in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed toward the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don Quixote! Thou shalt go no further. I, a fixer of justice, shan't abide by thou as persecute them. Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. Another moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us a new enemy. That's interesting. Monitor. Oh. Monster. Hi. A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster birthed forth between the two of them. Gah! Who's this? Who is it this time? That's enough meaningless bickering. Ah, it's someone from Rhode Island. Calcit. The Calcit. Do you know her? Yes, she's Dr. Calcit, Rhode Island's medical department's... Ah, Dr. Calcit, behind you. Brr. Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhode Island is now operating within legal I can't talk, damn it. Capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired off a blast of that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Calcit managed to deflect it. Then the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we stayed the night in before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated a building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building exterior wall, to punch through so many is... What a precise point it makes. Now's not the time to stand around impressed. It is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. It's true. Very interesting, too. We're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. Well, that's fair considering, you know, at any moment, a, claw could just randomly appear. That is enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on a taboo the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. Yeah, so the situation's gotten slightly better, right? And she's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic. It's a prosthetic gear looking thing too. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination ally might not entirely be correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am an Inquisitor, Irene's ally. Dr. Calcit. Amiya, outsiders. As much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisitors and suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which she reached the conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is, without a doubt, correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep? That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a diplomated church of their congregation. A village? A church? Just look at our buildings. Where would we even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Amiya's colleagues has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused defense into question. Yet, I can hardly believe that young Mayers is lying to us. Hold on. you've been chatting plenty with that Inquisitor or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them the whole time? I see, you really are all entirely in the dark. An expected outcome, given that all you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As for fortune should have it, there's no need for you to know it anyways. Truth is truth, unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon... I'm sorry, it seems as if I've mired you in this trouble. Say no such thing. We shall not abide by such injustices. As one such injustice is portrayed before our eyes. The village has already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has even brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that words shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. You have benefited far too much from your worth and kindness not to do so. The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth. And I immediately knew what Calcit was about to say. Take responsibility? You don't have to go that far. Yeah. Blimey! We are now departing for the sea, yet as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop! The unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of this rising dread, ambush did not end here. Yeah. Damn it, the Inquisitor was right. The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes, and it seemed that they were coming from me as well. Ag! Mia, on your left! Mia materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away the dagger flying in my direction. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The crouching villager's back made a visceral, crunchy noise. Someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier. What about the sinners? Unlike Amiya and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining in that Inquisitor and Calcit quickly understanding of the situation, and the subsequent retaliation led to the villagers away from the sinners. How? I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. But an odd thing to say, why would he hold any omnipotency against you? Why would he intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you, we are simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize for our unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Iberia soil are my responsibility, and it's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait, lives lost. We're still alive, you know. We can shake off a stab wound like... This is most unfortunate, outsider. Huh? What? Your friends are either going to die or turn into seaborns. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Huh. So they really do remind me of the mermaid in Wales. Once that happens, most die, and the survivors become overwritten by their souls, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. What? That's... not a very big deal? Everyone was acting like this was it for the sinners, but... I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. Not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they'd fully transformed into seaborns. The golden bar helped deal with the whale's palification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with seaborn transformations. Well, it sounds awfully similar, no? We should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you, but for... What? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? And preferably in the least painful way, you know? Sorry. Was the last part kind of too much to ask? Wait, don't give up already. If you bring them back to Rhode Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this? Guys, can you... Dante, I know what you mean, but I just can't right now. My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kind of tingly too. So maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail? Just trust me this one time. I can assure you that I'm not just giving up on them. But, Amiya, can you understand the outsider's speech? Yes, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all their friends before they transform into Seaborns. Okay. And before we knew it, Scotty already decapitated the sinners, none of whom were resisted. Amiya seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. But what are you doing, Scotty? Don't let this spook you. This is just how we roll. The clock turns. The decapitated heads creep toward the headless torsos, connecting with the threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Hey, Dante, you ever thought that it might not have worked if, you know... just saying, just asking. Copying my whole flight llama. Is this rewinding us going back in time, or are we defying the concept itself? I don't know. This pain is multifold worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. Their wounds are disappearing. Resurrection, metaphages, or time reversal. Puzzling, I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cause seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. But that seemed too small a price for such great power, though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking, all of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sinners. I don't know just what they were thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. Quite the cinematic there. You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life. Prepare thyself, thou shalt now pay the price for making a mockery of justice. Aw, look at that. City dwellers be different breed, bro. Yeah, you can't just let this slide, you know. Oh, interesting to look at. How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. Alright. Let's see how difficult this is.
이건
Swift courtesy of the
직원들에게
deep.
유리한 상황 같아요. 이 상황을 개체를 제압하는 데 이용할 수 있을지도.
Interesting. What makes you different? Ah, great. Now, how many times is this? Fourth time to the bathroom again? I'll be back.
아무 의미 없는 정적을 감지했습니다. 이런 썰렁한 분위기를 해소하기 위해 제가 알고 있는 농담 중 가장 약한 걸 하나 선보이죠. 새우가 출연하는 사극은 대하사극.
Hey fellas, I'm back. I just got a oatmeal cookie with me. So what's the deal with you? No, not you. You. No, not you. You. Huh. You're a Seaborn? Find that fun. Guys really love fighting cultists. I could take out 2 people first and then do that. We do have logs for you. Interesting.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
Yeah, well, you do. Not too bad. The hell, you gain HP? There's something I didn't read. There's always something I don't read. Rah. Wow. Okay. What the hell? Got tentacles coming out of you.
물론고 꺾고 제쳐라.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 전투법도 익숙해지셨네요.
Are you 15 bind because you have a wacky ass I don't really know what you call it, but
일기당시 시리수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자
you have a
누구
tattoo.
하나 살려보내지 마라.
What an odd fellow you are. Lovely, and I get immediately hit. Wow, okay. And paralysis. Oh my god.
숨통 끊기. 괜찮은
With status effect known to man.
앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
I wasn't expecting much with you anyways. Already struggling on a fight, ain't that lovely? Well, the
어떤
guys
시간과
are
공간에
humiliating.
계시는 관리자님이 들을진 몰라도 그때를 위해서
아,
미리 음원을
알았어.
녹음해야 한다는 거군요. 아 이런
Wow,
이것도
okay, you're
녹음되고
just a buffer
있는지는
then.
미처 몰랐네요.
I suppose that's just fun to fight against, isn't it? Helpless? You serious? Struggling. Hey, keep hitting G-Sang. He is a tank after all. Wow, do not win a clash. I repeat, do not win a clash at all.
말로 받아내라.
Whoa, jump that man.
보려내.
감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 해결사
꺾고
영웅
제쳐라.
여기까지.
개체의 유효한 속성을
Well,
정확히
fucking concussion.
제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이
나는
증명되는 것
알려준
같아
대로 잘했어.
다행이군요.
역시 첨단 프로그램을 이용한 건 잘했네.
Trophy gun. I was thinking you could have at least done a little more than what you're doing right now, yeah. Okay.
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 또 무식하게
Yeah,
돌격하실
use
거라면
skills.
전 빠지겠습니다.
And then just having very bad RNG skills at the moment.
먹을 콱
Truth be told, whoa, send in the hate shit. Honestly, surprised you want to clash at all.
정작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
Whoa, I bet you fellas never seen something like this before.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
Just a little bit of yelling though.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 이리거리
이걸로
말싸움에
충분해.
쉽게
너한테
살지 않아요.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나
적을
좋습니까?
물어뜯고 너의
Yeah,
쓸모를
yeah, he
보여라.
fled because I used your skill, huh? What the hell is this? Liberation, right of liberation. Yeah, I'll just start using eagles, right?
흑승묘, 뜀박질치.
You get his shield. I'm not getting lucky with my my skills either, man. Just tonight, I've just been not getting lucky whatsoever, man. God, we actually killed him? That's actually
지압
crazy.
개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아. 교육팀의
Yeah, tonight I've just
완벽한
not been getting lucky
비슷했어.
with anything, man.
파도 속에서 움직일 수 있는 보스.
방금
깨어져라.
Ow.
다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시
No.
해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
혈연병 바로.
원더풀 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이
아.
뻔히 보이는 게로군.
Struggling now. Who's favored here? None of you favored? Hopeless. 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 Feeling unopposed. You say you're favored, but you're not really favored, you know? You're not really giving me that good old promised hope here, yeah?
일기단천.
Probably because if you were just attacked up, it was more worrying, if you're honest. That is rather annoying though, because that would mean I have to jump you in order to get rid of that. But I don't have the required resources for that. Okay. Failure is not allowed in these cities. At least I hope it wasn't, but yeah. We'll do about it, I guess.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아.
퉁퉁투성네. 걱정은 하지 않겠습니다. 어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
Yeah, just an ego. You and I anymore. I like the music though. Power counter.
물어버리자고.
Whoa, died. Weird. I don't really know what to describe yet, truth be told. Wow, roll a 4. That'll get him.
이야기를 따라 이치 맞게 사로잡히시게.
Whoa, get staggered through. I'm gonna lower this by the way since it is quite late in the
걱정은
night.
하지 않겠습니다. 어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
No. Not show me everything.
불가 위야.
I guess we just win, right?
나가지 못해.
Or not, apparently. What the hell?
토끼를 뽑은 놈이 숨을 저 해충들을 도려내라.
Never mind about win rating. What the hell? Damn it, Faust. Wait, I think they're heading the... He's running himself into a dead end, and they're seeking refuge at sea. Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel Masas. Wait, we never told them that the ship was prepared, so how? It's getting obvious. The old village is in on it. It is surprised that they sent someone to spy on us, and they know a way to get the ship floating even in its broken state. Vessel? Massas? Vessel Rebellion de la Massas. That ship is moored at a port in that direction. Wait, can't be. Irene, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the prepared ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of sea trawlers between us and them. How can a vessel of that size become operational this fast? The exterior, the name, it must have been constructed during the golden age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rode after them? Like, come on. Sea's full of sea terrors. They won't get very far before it sinks. Can you see something, Hamiya? You keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel Massa soon disappeared into the mist, and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this getaway had all been premeditated. Leaving only mayors. So they just left their kid? You left your kid behind? That's a bit.
저번에
That's a
약속한
bit
거
much, don't you
안 잊었지,
think?
죽은? 그 외에 임무를 성공적으로 100번만 수행하면
Woohoo, 7 out of 7. We're
죽은?
getting closer and closer.
설마 소유권을 벌써 다 쓴 거야?
And with that, another extraction we go. Maybe we'll get an ego. Okay. Sinclair.
이거랑 묶어서 같이 배송하고.
Alright.
이번 집화 처리는 왜 이렇게 복잡한 거예요?
It'd be fair to say I'm a little disappointed now. It'd be fair to say I'm not a little disappointed, no. Yeah, give me brilliant. Out of the three, actually. I do need a watch. No. Alright, Brilliant Glory Gregor. Hand it over.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
This is not. Oh, at least I can wait for the next 14 Ts and get more pulls. It is most disappointing that I had to do that, but yeah, what can you do? At least you got a wad this time around. I don't have enough. I'm missing 10. Then yeah, I got EVI Association. So now I'm just missing 2 IDs, which is Boat Moiler and Blade Lineage also. All this new stuff. Well, one could say I at least got 1 ego out of it. But out of the 200 pulls, this is most verily unlucky. How disappointing. Yeah, I guess I could sacrifice them. You do not need more. Do I legit hold on, I'm just curious. Do I legit have everything for you? Oh, I'm missing 2 things. I'm missing fluid second. You know, that is kind of insane that I almost... Oh, what about you? Do you require anything? You're missing 2. And then you're missing 3, which I will get this one. Because it's seasonal. I can always just wait, what am I doing? Can't like this going anywhere. Though it is most disappointing, what can you do, right? Damn it, can't we just take any ships to go after it? It's a research vessel, can't possibly be very fast. This will be difficult. Even if it is a research vessel, I'm sure it's constructed during the golden age of Liberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of Liberia, the lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, did you mean that there's some left? Just one, as far as I know. The one in Grand Pharaoh, but... the lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet young Scotty had already confirmed her to be safe. All that confirmed is whether she's a Seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. It's true, yet. Once we saw that Mayers was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Scotty's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they had left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Jaeger is that she simply knows too much. How could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See, she can't even answer that question. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me, or does the Inquisitor have an alternate solution to this conundrum? No, but... fine, let's hear it. I want to interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now. Mondo, Dead Lighthouse, that's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off the coastline, there's an intact eye of Liberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline, is it not connected to the land? I think it used to be until it sank. We should have been able to procure ourselves enough wooden material from the village to build a raft. It is near enough for a raft to be a means of access. The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you're going to trust the Jaeger? I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberian's mistrust of the Jaeger is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the Rhode Island operator? If you're talking about the Cautus, nothing particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust, not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought... I have no history of feelings for or against the Jaeger. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? She's conveying that, in matter regards to Mayors, our opinion are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be a benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the Dimensional Door, while Rhode Islands will have the chance to study it at a closer proximity. And the Inquisitor will gain possession of the vessel in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're going to just hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Siberia's? Well, there certainly are aspects to the vessel that draw interest. I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistophelies. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Mayors. You're in luck, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interests align exactly with that of the fire strangers we encountered in a strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city, it would have taken them like 3-4 free distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to sell you with this, Mayors. Please, lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in an inoperable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application of Orangan technology, so I doubt there's anyone out here who can work with it anymore. Then you need to worry about that. Here, we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. It's just revelation after revelation, huh? They can vouch for Limbus Company's skills. They can also work on the simpler tasks. We'll learn a thing or two helping out Gramps, stuff at the lighthouse over various tech stuff. But well, Israel headed the lighthouse together. No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Amiya will accompany you instead. What? After all that, you're just going to go off on your own? Yes, to join the Doctor. It is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Amiya and Scotty remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I'll leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. Wait, what do you mean take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? A likely suspicion, yeah. Amiya, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there is a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but answer me this: are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do not let battle efficiency depreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan then. Mia, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you are able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Ain't that fun? But man, it's still kind of making me sad. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine, too. Then, let us commence mission Vessel Massa's retrieval. Righto, step one of the plans. Step one of the plans, the raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done. Let's go. What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Otis, for that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. Nice. I'm still salty, though. Ha ha ha. Oh, another battle. 8 to 14, and then there's a dungeon as well. What the hell are you? After a while of carefully sailing on Scotty's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Yeah, that is one hell of a lighthouse. Naya Viberia. Even in its dilapidated ruined state, touches that are once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even called these lighthouses Guardian of Liberia. It retains the grandeur of the era as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It is as he said, but now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the Peniel Batlon. No one attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? You're literally about to walk into one. Don't you ever quit chirping? What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. I was just one such a coward unlike the rest of you outsiders. I'm not a coward. I'm just voicing my... She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged, however, from what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it should not take very long. Easting suggestion with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my witch remains unmarried even in such uncertainties. The currents are pretty wild. Someone's going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. We'll stay here and protect the ship. But, you sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe one or two more people should stay behind just in case. No, I don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm to itself if I go with you anyway. So, this has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she's okay with staying behind alone. Huh, thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra hoop, I guess. Well, then let's trust her. We'll be back, Scotty. Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. Well, if that doesn't remind me of the pallid whale. Reminds me of that L-Corp branch back at N-Corp. Well, that one was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it to open myself, so... Guys, can you probably open the door? Boy, move over. I'll pull it from the right side, you grab it the left end. Or I'll pull together at once. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it is torn. Perhaps you'll need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this open. Well, what now? This strange flesh tissue growing on the sea gates is sea terror. Oh, on the gates is sea terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open the door with her incredible strength, but... should I go fetch her? But, I think she's already fighting off the sea terrors from sinking the raft. So, we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or eco I could use to get through this. So which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view that devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration. It's different from those sudden flashes of realization. Oh? And it's not the star of that day that I think of from time to time. That star! It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I am not permitted to see. A faint noise, a whisper cuts through it. And through that opening, I see light. I reach out to the opening and see Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Scotty? Powerful imagery crashes onto me like the waves. Scotty, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Scotty, who flaunts her flowing locks. and Scotty, the singer, humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scotty's existence has become engraved. The sinners who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is... Dante, are you alright? So, that's interesting. So, is Scotty similar to an abnormality in a way that they can harness ego? I'm sure they're not, you know, the same thing, because they're very different, but... I'm good, and I don't think we'll need to send out for Scotty. Huh? What? Hey, Ishmael, I've never used his ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What? An ego? I nod quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to have a practice run with those ego. Whatever it is, seems to me our manager found a solution. The confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded? Hey, he does the little animation. That's cool.
한눈 팔지 마세요.
Oh, that's so cool! He just kicks it into the... Ow, my eyes. Cracks on the lighthouse are growing? I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, didn't think it'd be this strong. That's an HE ego, brother. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, what was the part where you... What, the part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yeah, that. This is most fascinating, that an ego could be drawn here in the way of the mirror of Mustapha's. Wait. You don't... No, that... If what you're telling me... I'm gonna clip that. If an ego is able to be... Are you here? I think I connected to Amiya's subconscious mind. There was this strange, unfamiliar light, and I saw Amiya's motions attached to her memories and experiences, so I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind. I just had this feeling that would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than the things but Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions that can be used to understand the being that is Scotty. It's okay. I also have experiences with getting power from other memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you're able to draw something from me as well, Dante. That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. So that's called ego? Verily, of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego which I ballooned from within oneself. That is enough. No further information is to be divulged to us. Oh, what? Now hold on. If we're able to get egos here, Don never taught you, nor did he taught you the dark days and... Are you here? It matters not whether young Mayor and young Amaya learn of this. I agree with the fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrates the outer walls, several of them, in fact, of a building, and the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. Ain't it better to let her talk her heart out than to hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything? I'm convinced. Do as you will, then. Boss' reply sounded almost sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego to Irene and Mayos anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do. So there were more sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Scotty. Which means our only roadblocks are sea terrors lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's go take this lighthouse back. Well, if it's possible to get eagles here, does that not mean a certain someone is also here?
이대로 몰아넣으시죠.
The hell are you? Whack ass creatures. Eh, let's take this one out. He's the most dangerous.
목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 넌 푸른을
Damn, good job one-shotting him.
그럼요. 관리자님은 당신이
Oh, nice.
생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
방금 공격 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상을 만들면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
물론 꺾고 제철.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
Wow, okay. That's so unfortunate. Now here I was thinking you'd win that. Never mind.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며
The hell I
축배를 드는
ha-
것도
What the hell are
나쁘지
you?
않겠죠.
Most interesting. Oh my god, there's 25 of you guys? What the fuck?
불가 위야.
Love how it says that you can offset that, yet like it doesn't matter.
목을 떨궈주마.
Because that's not how that works. Because if you still hit them, they just hit you back anyways. Most annoying if you ask me, but yeah, what can you do about it?
아직 죽지 마라.
Why are you flash like that, man? You're scaring me here, you're scaring me. What odd creatures. Oh, they do remind me of mermaids.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는
Yeah,
중간에
there's more of them.
이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
Does what I needed, even more.
이 앞에 숨쉬는
오늘의 방법 무엇일 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을!
Whoa, get
말로
jumped.
받았다. 저
개체에게
도련해.
것 같아.
Who we jumping? You really had to jump the guy that you shouldn't have attacked? Alright.
나리의 속 깊은 뜻을 본인이 헤아리기엔 쉽지 않나 보.
Out of all the targets you get a pick, you really picked that one, huh? Yeah, I guess what can you do about it?
몰아넣었으니 더는 못 따라나.
I thought you'd be able to kill that one, but alright. Launch you love unbreakable coins.
이제 정말 개체 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
I thought this fella can hit that guy.
일기당천.
Boss, please. At least stagger though. Thanks, boss. I appreciate that. Wow, you clash really high. Jesus. And you have unbreakable coins. Least annoying effect. Unbreakables. I love them. You love unbreakable coins so much, don't you?
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한테 조금 멀겠지만.
No, I was just unlucky. I guess I was just unlucky with somebody being able to kill one of those. Oh well.
감동적이지 않을 수 없네.
Not like much is lost, just I'm just a little disappointed, you know. So many of you though. Yeesh. I mean, yeah, I guess they were kind of swarming this place, huh?
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Whoa, go my issue.
정작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 마음 놓고
I'm ready for
열어젖히고.
the sudden difficulty spike out of nowhere to happen. To be honest, I'm waiting. When's it gonna happen? There's no way this won't somehow be hard. Is it the mirror dungeon that's gonna be hard? I bet it's the mirror dungeon. Oh, yes. I mean, sure, I guess one of you can attack her, right? To remove the effect. Whoa, get jumped.
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
깨우치시길.
약점을 잘
묘야.
노리셨습니다.
Nice.
해결사의 종탑으로서
상대방이 알려준 대로 잘했어. 역시
Oh,
상대방 프로그램을
Interesting.
진행한 건 잘하는 거야.
깨우치시길.
Mio and the Jesus are too strong. They really are that strong.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
인중치성네.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데
Another
성공했습니다.
sea founder.
샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른
Maybe
타이밍이긴
the last of you
하겠지만
fellows, no?
이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
They can do that. Get rid of most of them, yeah. They don't have too much HP per se, but it'd be very good to get rid of a lot of them, though.
깨우치시길. 개체의 유효한
Because I'm sure that,
정확하게
like, what I
간파해서
have or what I use
제
is
예상만큼
not enough, you know?
관리자님의 능력이
Or maybe it is.
우수하다는
Shit,
것을
maybe I'm wrong.
다행이군요.
몰아넣었으니 더는 못 따라나.
놀랐어?
Whoa, get hit in the face with sun shower.
이 스며들 듯한 비. 우산 세진을 남겼어.
Good job for hitting it. For once in my life.
아무것도 아닙니다.
Only 2 is required. 1 required here. 2 are just gonna be a little hard to kill. There was quite a lot of them though, 25 of them. Man.
넘고.
Bit overkill. That's fine. Yeah, mission accomplished. Yeah.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를
I
바로
guess I can
세우는 데
save the rest,
일조하였으니
huh?
내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
You like what then? Oh, at least I can level you up now. Christ, I got a lot of very dungeon stuff to do. Oh. An inventory? Oh, I see. I do have this daily attendance thing at least. What is this? Certainly there's something in there. Yeah, might as well claim the remaining 3. Oh, I don't have enough boxes. Well, alright, Inklephim energy. What are you? Lovely. These little guys are getting stronger. Are there any other guys that I want to try out here? What is this?
특수
준비되었습니다.
명령하실 때
걸맞는 곳이
가볼
시간 체납자인가? 오늘은 시간을 얼마나 뜯으려나? 지정 보고 오늘은 재밌군.
계약이 또 어그러졌나 보지? 계약이
오늘 재밌군.
돌격 준비 완료.
Good old,
명 받았습니다.
good old, this team. Tremor burn. Well, tremor, but yeah, there's some burn in it.
사실 이런 보모구실은 제가 아니라 세피라들의
Whoa,
역할이긴
what's
하죠.
up?
관리자님도 알다시피 저는 언제나 수십 명의 몫을 해내고 있으니까요.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
Whoa, girl, what are you saying? Burst their tremors.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아.
I think I get some egos from last season. I'm pretty sure I legit have everything from last season, but what disappoints me the most is that I legit got nothing in this event. Like, look, I get it. Egos are rare, but it is a little too much. It is a little... It is a little unfair. Just a wee little bit, you know? What's that thing back here again? Yeah, this...
너 힘내자. 이제 정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
명령에
Whoa, beat that
따르겠습니다.
guy up. Yeah, you're cutting a little close there.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
Whoa, give me my SP, you fool.
각자의 위치가 있으니
적에게 치명상을
As you can see, I did get a few. Well, I think I only got like what? One. I only got like 1 or 2 identities earlier.
저는 언제나 옳은
Or
일을
like-
한답니다.
Not from the stream, because I really wanted couple. Or not couple, but you know. What you got on you? Let's see what it is. Yeah, I guess let's start attacking that guy. I really wanted to have some Soldado Sinclair, since not only do I like the thumb design and how they are, but I really did want for another unit for good old couple
효율적인
Mersault,
대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
because of course he needs more help.
기계는 입에 발린 말 따위
Even though he's a very solid identity by himself, but then you got all his egos, and then you got all like this other identity that legit helps him out.
출진.
Like, alright, man.
있으니 기사 공정은 필요
괜찮은
없겠죠.
공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
이런 건 되지 않아.
좋은 대응은 아니지만 안 하는 것보다는 훨씬 나았을 거야. 다음엔 좀 더 신경 써보자.
I gotta just put one of these guys in the time stations. Come on.
해보겠네.
Who won't get hit? That's probably giving bullets to
선택이었어 나리.
couple missiles. Time of it 1:33 a.m.
공격. 다음에
Oh boy.
다시 해봐줄래?
Surely it won't take that long, right?
다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
이것밖에 못하나.
본인에게는 그 친구만큼의 말솜씨는 없지만 그대들의 수심을 최대한 위로해보겠네. 왜 더욱 인상을 찌푸리는 건가?
Whoa, get swung around, nerd.
볼 텐가.
피자 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
단격발.
편하게
It's so funny to think Dante was like, yeah, you can kill my friend Lamau, he'll be fine.
잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 전투.
Yeah, that's chill, it's whatever, you know? Like, yes, of course, just your average Tuesday, innit? Oh, I guess I could do that, huh? I guess I could also do this, huh? To get rid of all these guys.
직접
That
타도하자.
should be fine, right? Yeah, because that doesn't do much damage. Unfortunately. And yeah, you spend some to stagger.
제압 완료.
방금의 공격은 다른 팀에게도 보여줘야겠어요. 분명 배울
Really?
점이
Only
많을
a 4?
거예요.
증기압
Me when giant funny fist.
더 계산 완료. 축적된 과거가 뭔가 유지 발사.
입이 다물어지지 않을 정도의
Feels like it's a bit overkill.
최선의 방어를. 여관에 가면 또 한참을 떠드시겠네.
You're different. Or at least
다리에게
you look
해줄
different.
이야기가 또 늘었군요.
Interesting. Oh wow, not gonna win that. Yeah, ouch. That effect really is bad. That's a bit unfortunate. Jeez, you weren't kidding that it was hopeless. Damn. It's a bit unfortunate, but what can you do about it?
정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
Probably hit him again with this one.
받아볼 텐가.
That's fine though. I would have liked to done the fight faster so I can get the achievement, or not the achievement. Well, no, yeah, not achievement, but the thing. Unfortunate.
신기업축 피스톤 남지 않게 제 관측 완료된 시간부터 계산 완료. 축적된 과거 뭐니까 유지 발사.
That's a funny ego, honestly.
이번 모험은 꽤 멋있는 마무리가 되겠네요.
Ow, ow, you're gonna get staggered as well.
아닙니다.
Well, actually, wait a minute. If you get staggered, don't you unstagger yourself? Oh, interesting.
이따가 보스에서 회고해야지 않겠는가?
So for once, you don't. Interesting. What's up, all these guys? Get out of here, nerd. I should do some damage to you.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게
Yucky noise that
간파했습니다.
they make too.
제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이다.
So odd. Odd creatures.
각자의 위치가 있으니
대범의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
Yeah, that should be enough. Yeah. Wow, you really like clashing high, huh?
많이 따가울걸요? 일단 베이면 상처에서 안 떨어질
Really? Wow, you're just not doing your thing, huh?
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는
명령에
중이네.
따르겠습니다.
이따가 보스에서 회고해야지 않겠는가?
Why are you suddenly so resistant? What the hell?
대범의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데.
But I don't think I got the extra clear option, did I?
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지.
Oh, I did? What? Was I supposed to do that in 15 turns? Oh, okay, cool. Oh my god, you know what this means? Another extraction, and maybe we'll get something good out of it. Oh. Okay. Why am I not even surprised? I am, of course, going to spend the rest of my, if not all, on this, but I just need 2 of them. I don't think I'm going to get enough for another 10 volt. What does this do? That's 74 paid. What is the... I'm just curious. I mean, sure. I never used... Oh, it's just guaranteed? Or is that just me being lucky? Wow, okay. I'm not disappointed. I'm livid! No. I can only laugh in pain. I can only laugh in pain. What egos do I even? Yeah. I can only laugh in pain. Lovely. What am I fighting against this time?
현 시간부로 근무 시작.
It's not lucky this season at all. There were more sea turrets than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene Lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous systems paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged, Boss shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long. Yiseng was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. And I'll radio the doctor. The tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, and debris begin to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. The floor is giving away! What's going on out there? Something rammed against the eye of Iberia. I see it all shattering through the ocean's surface, the sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it is charging at us once again. As Yiseng noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined surface. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city western region Don Quixote would talk at lengths about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. And we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse, and the lighthouse is almost fully functional. It only takes some finishing touches to have its light shine again, which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would rather much leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about that Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he's the last knight, and if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogation once I bring you into the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to Mayors. We have to put a stop to that night somehow. Hey, buddy. Waves Chris high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. Ain't you interesting? We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the night. The night begins to charge at us, his state splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. Well, as long as you didn't call it fixer level or whatever shenanigans you got with powerless scaling here, it'll be fine. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus, he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproduces. He seeks the waves, reapproaches them, and eventually brings about the destruction. Faint memories have blinked throughout me as fathoms, flash briefly before my eyes, and the sea-born knight wields his great lance against surfaced sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the lands that is imperishable. This is the land. The knight and the sea terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here. Now let's see, maybe. Hey bud, you ain't that bad, are ya? We are not the sea, we are not its waves. The knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only thing that hold any meaning for him. Yeah, 3 offensive down. What the hell are you? Old? Lovely, love it. No observable logs either. Roar with rogue waves when hit inflict 1 cold against the attacker. Well, that sucks. Fate's favorite child. Huh. Okay, lovely. Love it. Love what I'm seeing. Neutral, neutral. Favored, favored. A last night. So yeah, you almost lost that. Cool. Loving that, every time someone hits this guy, I guess they just get, you know, funny freezing status effect. That's new. Certainly. Ah, lovely, and you have unbreakables as well. Because why wouldn't you? Whoa, get your stack halved, nerd. Thanks. Oh, what new skills do you have now? Hide hunt. Which all of these guys have fucking... Do I have anyone that could clash with that? No. Not really. I got neutral. It's the best we got. Alright, I put my trust in you. Yikes. Fucking roll a 21, why don't you? Yikes, don't even roll at all, why don't you? You have to clash. That's fucked up. I can't even clash with you is what you're saying, basically. Okay. You can clash. Give him a nothing. Don't give him anything. Never mind. Okay, cool. That's gonna do a lot of damage. We love we love AoE. So I've been really fucking. I think I already failed this fight. To be honest. Oh, lovely. We got another one here. This is how Limbus Company fights. Yeah, we ain't the most hopeful fellas from the... No, Leo. Oh, hopeless you say. Hopeless, hopeless this, hopeless that, hopeless... How about you fucking say?
받아볼 텐가.
You know, you think having fire would, you know, thaw out the, whatever bullshit code stuff this is, you know?
시간 징수 집행.
Lovely.
괴물이요? 무슨 잘못 본 거겠죠.
9 damage, that's what we needed, yeah. He did get a shit ton of sanity back as well. Was a protection. This is what I needed. This is rather annoying. And there's nothing I can do about that, huh? You have 3 clash power, but you have nothing that you can clash with exactly.
다른 작업이 필요한가요?
That was lovely.
위험인물 발견. 접할게요.
You either get hit by sinking attacks, or you just get frozen and take 20 gloom for it. Wow, he didn't even try. Ah, you didn't even try either. Fucking hell. My favorite type of enemies are enemies that, you know, do shit like this, where they do, like, really stupid stuff like this, where it's, like, so totally fun to fight against and totally not aggravating whatsoever towards, you know? It's really fun and fair to fight against and, like, totally not annoying at all.
받아볼 텐가.
You didn't even get to win. You didn't even mean to win, did you? I think this might have been a loss, to be honest. Can't even build up any resources because I have to fucking use ego just to win a Me when the difficulty spike is vertical. Lovely. The fact that no one has died yet is rather surprising, truth be told.
今一度把握し直さなければ
But this is definitely killing me. Yeah. Alright, I'll just give up then. Never mind about using Tremor. Annoying ass enemy. Why yes, if I hit you, you'll get damage, but also, if you don't hit me, you'll still get damage. Like, okay. Cool.
그에 상응하는 그
Alright, whip out the bleed. Whip out the bleed, team. Like, okay, cool, man, that's totally cool. It's totally not, like, unfun to fight against at all. Like,
소재의
why would that be?
제가 원하는 대로 베어버려도 되나요?
Like, no, it's totally, like, not unfun. No. And again, you get used to fights like these in Limbus Company, to be honest. It's like, what difference is there? It's the same thing. Overcome the night. Tell him he stinks or some shit, I don't know.
봤냐?
敵の調子が
와카슈쯤
悪くなってい
되시면
るみたいです
연관이 식은 죽 먹게지.
쭉쭉 죄인인가?
Whoa, get paralyzed from the waist down. Because paralysis is legit so stupidly strong. Help your class is wrong. Guess I'll get some bleed as well. Good. Yeesh. Didn't even won that, that's
リン
crazy.
バスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです
Where do you have to use that? Neutral. Let's see. You're going after who? What are you going after? Someone? You have two going after me still. That's lovely. I'm not fast enough. Lovely. What you like to see? Jeez, did you have the paralysis or did that guy have the paralysis? Because you're constantly convincing me that you had it instead. Really expected. Jeez, who had the paralysis here in this fight? Am I right, fellas? Or am I right? Cause goddamn. Annoying. Oh, hopeless. Yeah, of course, because fucking Arknights. Yeah, why would it not be hopeless and neutral at the same time? Alright. Nothing? We got nothing here? We got nothing here that can fight that. So not only is a few guys gonna get staggered because of it, which is already problematic enough, you know? It's already problematic enough, but fucking just dodge all of that, I guess. How most annoying. But this is just how that goes, huh? Can you even win that? I wasn't expecting you to at all, but alright. You gotta have fights like that, huh? You really gotta like fights like that, huh? You just absolutely enjoy fights like that. You're totally not annoying me with your 8 protection as well. Or I guess 6 protection. Not 8, actually. Never mind. No, it's still 8. Oh my god, how many got staggered and how many are dead? One just died. Nah, Gregor died. Lovely. How annoying of a character.
봤냐? 와카슈쯤 되시면
I just think it's a little late removing that.
サンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
And even then, I still can't clash, if not barely. Really. This is most unfortunate news, isn't it? And you have 8 protection as well, which, you know, if that doesn't make the fight any more annoying. I swear, man, I love his company sometimes, I swear. So there goes that. Man, you couldn't even win against that clash either. Again, who was inflicted with a paralysis? Him or you? Cause jeez, brother. Oh, and I can't even do nothing. Alright, cool. Lovely. And I'm getting attacked by 3 things. Alright, I understand. Jeez, man. Come on. Limbus company. You know what? I have an idea.
검이 조금 무뎠나 봐요.
I have an idea, most ingenious. Oh, is that actually all of them?
H 형님과 누님들을 위해
힘을
고래를 향해. 자, 준비되었.
제 차례
돌격.
아.
를 찾으러 가는 거야.
기다려라.
자.
겉에 곧 먹이를 먹여주지.
It wasn't meant to be. This still makes me a little salty. Because, like, I could not get... I had to do a pity poll just to get a ego. Like, man... That's so unfortunate. Who got Gloom? You got Gloom and Pride. If you lose this, I'll just be sad, alright?
調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
I No, I'm honestly kind of curious. Am I supposed to lose against, or like just not beat you up during this? Perhaps a middle team is best for this. Also, you gain SP rather quickly. Well, I lose SP whether it's because of you know, sinking or just not being able to win clashes at all. I don't think there's anyone that can win that, is there? Surprisingly you, but... are you getting attacked by anything? No? No wonder. Is that to give him more of a chance? Hit me, I dare you. Get rid of that SP. I guess bleed will slowly kill him as well, huh? Cause I do have bleed. Ouch. Throw him down. Beat him up. How dare you touch me?
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Let's do that instead. Yeah, sure. Truly, the middle never forgets. Well, that and the more he attacks me, the more it's okay, interesting that you do still get frozen by that, but that's unfortunate. So what's the point of it? I mean, hey man, you technically attacked me, so like that's your fault. Did someone die? I didn't even hear if someone died or not. Almost dead. Down. I don't have any you healing, he goes. Actually, you can't even take any hits, can you? Man, I'm losing all this HP. All because this guy just stinks.
나를 따라해보는 거야.
Give my healing back, you nerd. Get inflicted with curses as well. After your damn protection as well, that is so annoying. Damn, you really hit me like that. Beat 'em up.
もっと効果的な方法が。
나를 보호해라.
I mean, shit, if you gotta take the damage, you gotta take the damage, right?
대답하주마.
Wow, you really were not willing to win that, were you? Are you even thinking of winning? Be honest. We love our unbreakable coins. Most unfun mechanic ever known to mankind. And now we just have this, which is somehow even worse. You somehow found a way to make me hate you even more. To be honest.
皆さん、しっかりしてください。
I don't even damage you hard enough for this to even. You're almost at your stagger, so like.
구속구가 나의 능력을 저지하기엔
Cool. Even though your SP and your stuff goes down, it's whatever. Well, that's so genuinely annoying.
선원들,
味方が優勢で
나를
す。
보호해라.
今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
What a great effect, man. That is just deliciously great. Ah, man.
대답하주마.
Well, then you gotta ask the question, then what's the point
リン
of
バス
doing
カン
this?
パニーの
then?
皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに
Goodness
行きましょう。
gracious, if you're not gonna just lose all your sanity real quick.
대답하주마.
Damn, loser. Use a poser. We're slowly whittling down this guy's HP. Now you're gonna get staggered. And AoE coin, cause fuck you, I guess. You know. Oh, another stagger. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I love. Ah, you're dead. Goodbye.
囚人が退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
대답하주마.
Couldn't even win a clash, bro. How most annoying. Yet again.
구속구가 나의
Whoa,
능력을
get hit in the
저지하기엔
face. Doesn't even matter, does it?
턱없이 모자르지.
corrode on me, buddy. Ah, crap, you're definitely corroding. Hey, what are you corroding into? Gonna kill everyone, watch.
味方が優勢です。今
Oh,
こそ
single
勝
target.
機をつかむ時です。
Really? We for realsies right now. Ah, and I can barely win against it as well. Okay. Nah, we chill. We totally got this. Going neutral with this one. You didn't even want to win the clash there? Is that it?
전열을 지켜라. 내게 관심이 쏠렸으니 너희가 공격할 기회는
딴데.
더 많아진다.
자, 테디. 나를 따라해 보는 거야. 짜잔.
Yeah, at least slowly dying. Says he gets a new pattern though at like whatever thing. You know, the fact you even won against that is kind of funny. Didn't even get a chance to do much there. Alright, cool. More SP damage, just what I needed.
이번엔 내가 괴롭히지 마.
Kill Yi-Sang, I guess.
이놈이냐?
Or not.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
I really would love to, but right now, we ain't going through the best situation at the moment. I mean, shit, you gonna die. You gonna die as well, huh? Ah, but I can't win against those.
배가 파주마.
Come on, you're almost dead, buddy. So annoying to kill. Yeah, 5 damage because of the 8 protection. Let's fucking go.
내 하루가 여기서 끝나는 건가?
슈신가死亡。どうすれば。
That'd totally not be the most annoying shithead in the fucking game. Is this even... I mean, Envy Fragility is pretty good. Oh, but I want to save that though. What do we even... Okay. This is going after that. Neutral. You can take a hit, can't you? Oh, you can't. I mean, shit, Power Counter, I guess.
배가 파주마.
Don't worry, guys, he only has 8 protection. And unbreakables. Oh, you're gonna get frozen for that. Good job for winning the class. Here, get fucking frozen. That's so sucky. Oh man, that sucks so much. Legit ass. Nah, at least you give him a plus coin down, at least. Something to look forward to.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
I would love to seize the victory so much. I'd love to do all you say, but As of right now, we're just not having a good time, you know? And you got no fucking enemy skills.
내가 봐주마.
This truly is most unfortunate. True.
가슴 가장 깊은 곳.
Maybe I'm just too tired to complain, honestly. Like, I don't care anymore. Yeah, I've dealt with enough wacky woohoo stuff from this game. It's like, does it matter? Does it even matter?
구속구가 나의 폭력을
Yeah,
저지하기에
25 damage. Let's go.
턱없이 모자르지.
이따다가 유혹했어.
Frozen target? I mean, shit, if that's what you want to do, go ahead.
탈출 개체 확인. 이 작살에
Not a hard fight by any means, just very annoying. There you go, new phase. So what is this?
なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
Unclashable? Okay, so how do you want me to fight against this one? Yes, excuse me, I would like an answer. Is it? Is this over? He has a horse. Every time an enemy has had a horse, it's never been never been good. Or is it just gonna be like this? Are we dead ass? Are we dead ass? Do I have to fight this? The knight ride upon the violently winding steed. Lance race skyward. The knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon toward the knight. Her aim and will undulates on the same frequency with the waves. We need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves. Go for his legs, not his lance. Alright. Do we have anyone that can do that? We do. No,
보조 업무를 수행하기에 나쁘지 않은 일이.
I didn't even read all of that. Oops, I just instinctively skipped it. Hold on. Okay, so now it's clashable. But they gathered to defeat the knight. They must be first gathered here, believing him to be one of them until they came to a realization that the knight is a traitor to the greater will. Okay. The knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The waves crest high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him back down to the water's surface. But he leaps once again, the cresting waves as a stepping stones. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the great whirl, his head held high in internal defiance. The unremitted knight rides across the watery mountain and charges at us. I mean, shit, man, I don't know. Sitting Honglu brings the knight charge to a stop. Then the waves begin to crash in. Once, twice, thrice, but unlike the knights in the back streets, the waves don't stop coming. He has always challenged the waves and is fated to do so for eternity. The wave will always shake the sea until the day of the night's sinking. Let's cut this, 5th time. 6th time now? I go to the bathroom again? The Knight's carcass.
운은 실력과도
Lovely. So we are still fighting this guy.
ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
Ah, so he doesn't have his his thing yet. Okay. Helplessness. Alright. And is there any way for me to fight that? Not really, to be honest. So I just can't have multiple people fighting this guy. I have to have like one person fight. Do I have an ego that can even? No, not really. Yeah, but it's unbreakable because fucking of course it is. Neutral. That's as good as we're getting, to be honest.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Oh, you didn't even want to win that. Just be honest, you didn't even want to win that clash. You just don't care. I'm loving what I'm seeing here. I love unbreakable EOE.
가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지.
Because that's totally a fun and fair way to fucking... Oh, and I get SP. Alright, cool. Oh, 206 damage. Oh, 314 damage. Excuse moi. Oh, and you get frozen because... yeah. Yeah, I'm not pissed off at all. Oh, and there goes another frozen. Great.
敵が優勢です。状況を今一度把握し直さなければ。
You're just screwed. To be
운이
honest,
따라준다면 좋겠네요.
I think we lost this one. To be honest, yeah, I think we lost this one. He's back at 45 SP as well, and he has unbreakables because, yeah, that's how you make a tough challenge. You make the character that, like, no matter what, still hit you with bullshit. With AoE, by the way. Like, ah, yes, of course. That is cool. Nah, that's awesome. That's great game design. So annoying. Clear stage, yeah, of course. What else do we got that can remotely do anything? Remotely, like, keep this man down. You guys? Maybe. I was thinking Bleed was maybe able to do it, but, like, man. We could try Bleed again. As well have Burn. Burn him at every end of turn, maybe.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서.
Oh my goodness, this is gonna be a long fight. What an annoying mechanic as well, though. Like, you know, like straight up. Ah, yes, of course. We, you know, of course. Okay, that's an instant restart. Fucking. Bro.
예상한 일이야. 어버이와 달리 우리는 약하니까. 비록 지금 이렇게 되돌아가지만 더 많은 피가 흐른 뒤에는 기다려라.
Dante, this fight is so fun, Dante. I'm already getting in the mood to just fucking complaining. I don't want to be here till like 6 a.m. He says, not knowing the horrible fate that awaits him.
성공했지만
敵の調子が悪く
Then what are you expecting me to do here, to be honest? Like... They're gonna win some clashes, inflict some semblance of bleed.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Okay, love that. Love the instantaneous 45 SP because I said so, and that's cool. And it's totally not annoying at all. I'm sorry if I'm complaining a lot. It's just I dislike fights like these where it's like, oh, here's this cool, funny mechanic you can and I can't win clashes now. Yeah, prioritize high. Hmm? And what do you want me to do? Exactly, in this situation, where everyone has frozen. Yeah, force me to fucking use an ego slot, huh? That's... Genius game design. You're so right, Queen. Just fucking use an ego, I guess. Like... Oh, you don't have your... Yeah, hold on. I forgot to give you your ego.
이 되도 않는 싸움을 먼저 벌인 놈이 말이죠.
Dante. Fighting these guys are very annoying, Dante. This shit's ass, Dante. Dante, this fight is fun, Dante. It's a fun fight, Dante. It's fun. It's totally not annoying, Dante. No, not mirror. I'll do that like tomorrow or something. I don't know. And watch, they're gonna be like, nerf this boss, and that's what they're gonna do. They're just gonna nerf this boss. Maybe I could. Then this will make him like, or just fucking lose, I guess. Brother, you're really making this hard. Struggle. Suburbia. Can start setting this up, I guess. I get this favored. You need some semblance, something. That still makes me a little disappointed though, the fact that it's just like that.
눈부시지
But
않게
feel the
두려워하지
absence of brilliance. Get rid of some of his SP at least, brother. Do I have any skills I can clash? No, just struggle. Yeah. Yeah, because that's what I like to see immediately. Like, okay, cool. So we just gotta take damage, I guess. I don't exactly got nothing that, you know. Maybe I do that. Maybe I'll offset those too. Offset this.
고귀하게 따뜻한
Yeah, you were not meant to win that at all. Yeah. Nice to know, nice to know, nice to know. Yeah.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
3 damage and SP loss. Let's go. The design is very aggravating.
나가서
대인가?
Yeah, go get him, Greg. Yeah.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Negative 20 SP and gloom damage. Just the way I like it.
40
You know, honestly, if this fight doesn't force you to use fucking or like healing ego, I don't know what, man. Like, alright. Oh, there goes another Frozen. We love to see it. We love to see Frozen. Status effect certified. You need healing. You suck, Gregor! Gregor, you suck dick!
머릿속이 또 피해양물로 가득 차서
Greg, I'm gonna need you to like live or something, Greg. Greg, you be disappointing me, Greg. You really do be disappointing me right now. Greg, buddy. What do you have? Suppose nothing.
고귀하게
Give me some HP back, bastard.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Yeah, man, at least you don't got your protection. To be honest, most annoying part of your kit is that protection, to be honest. Oh man, you barely even have any HP, brother. Aw, shit, here we go again with 8 protection.
저 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
Healed some HP from that. Still get staggered though. Or maybe not.
이 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Just get used to it. Oh, there goes another. I hate that. That's just 10. Like, hit him 3 times. Oh, what's that? Another stagger. Like, that is such an unenjoyable effect. Like, okay, so you're telling me I just can't interact with the boss because or I can't hit him too many times, because if I do hit him too many times, he just pulls that on me. Really? That's what he does to me. Okay. Nah, that's dumb. Chill. I ain't got no healing egos at the moment. Because why would I? Why would I, to be honest? To be honest? Can you lose a class? Can you even lose any classes at all? Not really. What do you have on you? 1 freeze. Almost. Almost. Okay, cool. At least gain some HP from that. There you go. That's fine. He at least inflicts his fucking paralysis. Like with the clash. God, I can already tell my friends are not gonna enjoy this fight. This is such a slog, like a slow slog. Get staggered. Or not. Well, you get staggered because it's frozen, I guess. Cool. And Gregor's just gonna tank that, because he don't care. Gregor don't care. Gregor does what he wants. Hey, who died? Is that Rodion that died? Most unfortunate. If only we could have prevented this by, I don't know, doing something. Shit, well, I guess. Is your max? Do you have your max stats available? Right? Yeah, you do.
그럴 여유가 없군.
Oh, so even if you win this clash, like, you're just fucked. To be honest. Like, okay. No, that's cool. No, that's cool. I love that. No, that's just cool. That's such a cool idea. That's a cool gameplay mechanic. Oh, and no one's speedy enough to do anything about it. Okay. Cool. Nah, we chill like that. We're just having a great time. Also, waiter, another 20 damage, please. 20 SP damage, please. Please. Just asking for a friend. I'm asking for a friend. It doesn't matter if you win or lose, you just die anyways. Waiter, more. I just need it. I just need the damage. I need the SP and all of that beloved stuff. Oh, I love it so much. It's totally, like, not annoying whatsoever. The fact that I can't even dare try clashing with it. What's this gonna do? Gaze? Great.
대가리 딱 떼도
Yeah, I'm honestly not even surprised you didn't even fucking win. I mean, what was I even expecting from you? 8 protection, by the way, because that's cool. That's what we wanted. Not winning that clash, that's goddamn shit. Who's at 45 SP? I just saw 45 SP.
心が死亡。どうすれば。
Run up with everything you got here.
정화 나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
필은
効果的な攻撃でした。
Again, I'm sorry if I complain so much. It's just like this is just not fun, to be honest. This is just really not fun to fight against. Because he has 8 protection, right? And this is just his first stage, right? And you're all my blood fiends are dead, by the way, so that's cool. Oh, I can't even hit with some of you because if I do, you just fucking do that. Okay, cool. No, that's a fair game design, fair mechanic. Huh? No, that's totally cool. I'm totally like chill with that. Haha, get it? Cause this guy just sucks. Like.
대가리 딱 떼도
No, it's just cool. It's fine. It's all cool.
먹어치워라.
味方が優勢です。
Just, okay, sure, man. Sure, man. Sure, it's totally cool. God forbid a boss can just like, you know, just still do this, you know. Just...
그쪽도 죄인인가?
There you go. This next stage again. Awesome.
カンテさん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
We love the instant stagger.
꿀을 건드렸겠다.
지킬 사람이 없어서.
Uh,
しっかりしてください。
나도 찾아오라고.
I can't even win with you because of all that. Okay. But to be honest, what more was I ever expecting? You know, to be honest. It's like, oh, now it's just clashable, but like you can't clash with it. Why? Because it's too fucking big. Okay. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Let's just chill. Let's just chill. Oh, and you still do this anyways because cold. And you still technically hit, so... Yeah. Yeah, sure. Whatever.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Inflict paralysis on this fucking guy. And inflict gaze on this guy as well.
합격장.
Again, I apologize if I complain too much. This is just... It's quite the boss. That's all I can say. It's quite the boss. Especially when it does shit like that and it's like cool. Cool cool winning clash, bro. Thank God for bleed. There you go.
Mission accomplished.
I'm out of rounds. The lamp's almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No BS can last. The lighthouse, not so much. What difference does that make? Sinners were reeling from the battle against this enemy, who was more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Wait, this is just like... And from the dark, light shines again. I reach out toward it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely and powerfully on Scotty, a single individual, what I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casmaris. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose your mind over, like knights and their countless fans, and an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sit far from all of that glory, in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kept set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spend that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no, he's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory, someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is... Yes, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew into the knight's charge, split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, manager bud. Let's do this. Must deserve this sword, this honor, and this glory. Looks be tarnished. The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. Oh, isn't that funny, the fact that I used that as an ego for this fight? And finally, The lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light toward the ocean horizon. Mayors is complete with the repairs. Oh, the light returneth to its house once more. Silence all. Mayors is saying something. Like Otis said, Mayors was speaking under the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Masaz is still near the shore somewhere in the coastal sea. It moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast. Confirmed. I'll radio Dr. Callicid immediately. Phew, that's all well good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard its talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. Tisk, this will be a problem. Don Quixote? Wait, don't get too close to it. It's too dangerous. But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the Seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed, before asking in an energetic tone, "O mighty knight, what is the name of thou noble steed?" The last night wasn't it? Huh? That's most interesting. Clip that down. Wait, she can communicate with him? Oh, 'tis quite the coincidence then. My noble steed is also named Rosinante. One was not a comrade, they are a steed, you say. Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It has served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Ishmael. It was not the waves. The waves are darker, more raucous. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good night. I and my compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Prithee thee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. Then the knight and his steed Rocinante stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. Wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. So they really exist, seaborns who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, Dongi? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you gonna fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? My apologies. While Don Quixote returned the knight with that bizarre conversation, Hamia raised her voice happily as though she just received good news. What? Dr. Calcit, is that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel Massas. They're already done cleaning up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor's an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Calcit told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great, let's return to Scotty and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Scotty listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll stay and go find the vessel Massas. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel Massas. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball. Oh boy, ding ding ding, 3 AM mark. Let's go.
다들 고생했다. 부조장한테 내가
It
말해둘
was fucking
테니까
annoying.
뒤처리 끝나면 뜨끈하게
야,
목욕탕에 가서 몸부터 씻자고.
How many do we get? 11 to 14. We still got some energy in me. Yeah.
차근차근 그어서 되갚아보죠.
I'm ever so tired, but what can you do? This is the doctor, researcher at Rhode Island. Nice to meet you. Oh, when I, after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the doctor of Rhode Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the new name alone. Hey, Doc. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Yiseng, Faust, or Hohenheim from LCE. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. Fuck, you're actually talking? You don't usually talk. And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus company. That ticking just now was nice to meet you. What a legendary encounter. Let me just clip that. I'm gonna clip every moment for real, for real. Okay. Thanks for accompanying Amiya. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Amiya, actually. We would have been a real pickle without her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says that we would have been a real pickle without Miss Amiya. Sorry, Manager Bud can't talk human, so don't worry about it. I'll take over the translation. It is incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to the ticking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands of a clock. I don't know, something about the way Mercer put it sounds worse. Don't worry, it is not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next steps of the plan. Next step? Thanks to Limbus Company's efforts, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel Massas, but managed to capture the deck with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the bridge control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. As in, they are waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack? Something like that. The elsewhere is more likely to be the sea, as the reinforcements are probably more sea-terrors. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their own kind. Limbus Company and Doreen will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Amiya and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Calcit and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designated locations. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by sea terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them, especially here. The hallway is narrow, long, and straight, so... Makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Let's see. But on closer look, looks like Commander Office Otis is finally in our environment. Yeah, any questions, Manager Bud? I have no idea what they're talking about if I'm being serious. Really? I saw you commanding the sinners earlier. You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Thanks, Calcit. Agreed. A particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's obligations, and even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least that is what Faust has judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't know. I have no idea. Having finished their discussion with the Doctor of the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Huh? Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive, far beyond my expectations. Really? Not good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If you're strategizing done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mayers? If it is too much to face what awaits, then you do not need to follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. The Doctor's going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please keep that communicated close to you. I will. Hey, if Gramps... Is there something you'd like for us to do? No, it's nothing. If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communication at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if the negotiations break down... Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leaving Mayors behind with her unfinished sentence. We followed the Rhode Island team into the bridge. The bridge was as guardedly decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and sea trimmers, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Without this thou seek to harm us. Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believe that we have sought to harm you, then how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Faramudo? We have never wished you any harm. We do not then, and we do not now. Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like guards, and you want us to believe that. My wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. We know you're just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea, become one with the endless cycle of life, and one day your misunderstandings will end and you will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The doctors seemed to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Amiya stood opposite Fabius. Incoming, get ready everyone. Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. The strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Rhode Island's operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onward. Our style is trust me to bring you back no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out. Well, isn't that lovely? Yeah, we both have opposite strategies, because they can die as many times as they wish. Alright, let the seas run red with blood. Yeah. And this time we ain't dealing with stupid stuff, so... It was most annoying here. What a nice piece of scenery as well, huh? What noises are you making there, Greg buddy? Again. Excuse me, I sneezed. Whoa, another one bites the dust. I would have preferred if you won that, but alright. Not everyone can win every clash, I guess.
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
It is most alright, just a little annoying, but yeah, it is what it is. This weird ass bird out of here. Yeah.
목이 피었잖아.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
이 정도로 나와 공을 맞대?
And then remove some bleed from Greg, because Greg buddy's not going, his bro's going through it.
영원히 가는 길이 한참을 뻗으신 혈투를 승리로 이끌 바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
Hopeless. Alright, switch it up.
떨거지 잘라낸다. 아류탄초 경혈 위치 찢겨라.
Yeah, he lost. That's unfortunate.
40. 저런 좋은 줄 몰랐나?
Yeah, as much as I love streaming Limbus Company, the only problem is that I stay up really late for these streams because, like, I don't want to get spoiled because I know I will get spoiled the moment I like look anywhere, you know?
개체에게 일격을 가하는데
Most
성공했습니다.
unfortunate.
샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을
grapple
기린
skill
얼마나
is
촛불을
strong.
드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
That should be enough to kill that. That should be enough to kill that. Are you attacking? And then, oh, okay, hold on.
갑니다.
Ah, you got your attack weight. Lovely. Not what I expected.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위
Feels like I want to
쉽게
use
하지 않아요.
his Y ego pretty early, to be honest, so that I can have it ramp up.
하네.
Because having 2 protection is really a big banger, you know?
따뜻.
Quite the banger move, if you ask me. More blood.
무기를 만드는
조금만
것만
더 힘내자.
내가 어머니보다
이제
뛰어.
정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
Whoa, get hit in the face, nerd.
산초류 경혈 온 라샹.
You're a one resistant guy.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Yeah, Lamau. Because of his funny passive that does the thing. Whoa, give me my healing back, nerd. Three teams never fail me until they do.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중간에 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
갑니다. 따뜻.
Whoa, clean the decks. You are one resistant guy.
보세요, 관리자님. 다들 역경을 이겨내고 유능한 직원이 되었어요. 저 이번엔 도움이 됐을까요?
그쪽도 죄인인가?
My goodness, you should be dead by now. There you go. Who do I fight now?
대부분 분야에서
you
저는
again.
최고의 성능을 내는 AI지만 응원은 조금 더 준비 시간이 필요합니다. 공감의 영역은 잘 쓰지 않았던 기능이라 일단 먼지를 털어내야 하거든요.
Those things just start nuking everything. I think this YE is very good for this team in particular because not only can it feel it, but also they do want to ramp up, you know? They get hit by fucking 5 paralysis.
정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼
Insanity of that is actually
것이
crazy.
증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
필은
사십 먹지.
It will come to be a regret that you waited. That you only defended during this turn. Raw, just you watch.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
You will get hit in the face. I hope that's enough to.
이 피었잖아.
That's not enough to get it all. Alright, that's fine.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다.
Fine by
샴페인을
me.
가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
Does offsetting his defense like remove the defense or no? Because I don't know if that does do that, and I don't think it does either. Whatever.
승리로 이끈
I
발에게
didn't
해줄
realize I didn't
이야기가 또
even read your
그렇군요.
other stuff.
갑니다.
Whoa, get blood nerded.
산소풍을 발길. 갈라지도록. 이번 모험은 꽤 멋있는 마무리가 될 것 같네. 아무것도
You know, there's something very funny about me fighting blood fiends against that guy, considering the nature of them and the nature of a blood fiend. Now that I realize that. Ow. Ow.
생체 반응이 끊어진 개체의 기록이 감지됩니다. 만약 제가 인간이었고 조금 더 쾌활한 성격이었다면 당신과 하이파이브 같은 걸 시도해보았을지도 모르겠네요.
재미는 없겠지만
나가서 싸워.
그렇게 할게요.
뒤는 내가 봐줄게.
그저 하염없이 모든 피를 그렇게 황홀히 피어나고
Yeah, that's the damage I was hoping to see. Ends up consume so much bullet feast.
방금의 공격은 다른 팀에게도 보여줘야겠어요. 분명 교육점이 많을 거예요.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중간에 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
It's not so. First thing you have to lust as a power. Hit him with a hoocha. Oh, that's struggling. Never mind. Don't hit him with a hoocha. Hit him with another bleed. Here you go. Cause I'm a dick. I'm an ass. Look bad. If I gotta deal with bullshit, you gotta deal with my bullshit game mechanics, alright, buddy?
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그러니 네 발목을 잘라버리면
Well, at least you're almost dead. And you're inflicted with so much paralysis. It's actually insane. Just end
바르게 해줄
you.
이야기가 또 늘었군요.
Good to end you. You will die by my hands. By my tiny frog hands.
네 피분수
나와!
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
Mission accomplished. I swear to God, if that was like a 10 turn under, I'm gonna cry. Very persistent. Phoebus flees again using sea turrets and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no, I see it now. Not Phoebus who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. The sea terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Phoebus gets away. Well, for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners in Irene's lamplight, was the decks. Nowhere left to run, Phoebus. I understand you can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope. But running will only make your pain worse. That's different. Phoebe didn't run to live. The voice echoes from under the dark sky. Mayors? What are you doing now? Mayors, appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approached Phoebe slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Phoebe. What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left. It will be realized. Phoebus may die here, but we will remain. Now, it is time. Devour me. Whoa, 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 man. But Phoebus blurted out throw us off once again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mayer's true alliance. Eat people. Oh, looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. I heard it's a pretty common thing in the District 23 backstreets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker seaborn willing let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experiences and nutrients with them. This is commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. The time is here. Devour me. Set sail toward your ideal. Sorry, Phoebe. Still got some canned food left for me on this ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a seaborn for a little while. Why? I've found a new destination. I'll gain a new power from there, and then become a seaborn, so now is not time yet. If that is your will, O Bishop. Don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Mayors waves her hand, and sea terrors climb up to the vessel from the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Well, isn't that just a lovely... Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated, now a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. Also... We turned away from the scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mayus. Calcit, the she. Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Word forth the Duke Mayus. It wasn't Fabius. Mayus was the Bishop of the Deep. Yeah, you get used to such sights. When you've been in the city for so damn long, you know? What was this anyways? Oh, just clear. Light of the city. What am I gonna witness? What am I gonna witness? That's gonna be horrible. They've played us. It's that ominous music from U-Corp again. Don't despair, we still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already, and even if they were to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey, Jaeger, just what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, that it wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she'll forgive us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be a better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception. You're sorry? Why? Dante wants to know why you're sorry. Huh? Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Mayors, and now you're gonna... Wait, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that geezer was, ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkins, that it was all for our sake. Give us all kind of ridiculous excuses to turn into one of those monsters. I do hope that you would all one day accept becoming Seaborns. But I'm not about to demand that you let yourself be transformed today, right here and now. I understand we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us should we refuse. That's correct. Beacons managed to do what Fabius did, shoving sea terror sails inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? Well, I was taken aback by the fact that Mayors was a bishop of the deep. It was also true that Mayors had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius who attacked the sinners directly. Well, she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us. It's also true that Mayors have been extremely helpful so far. It was her who helped us led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done as the terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius, anyway? Just someone who also once strove to realize the vision of our ideal worlds. Our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback too, when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Foster Notice repairing the ship. He got greedy. Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as bloodkin would expedite Seaborn's evolution. Cool, cool. So you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what you're after, though? I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. So, you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you. Are you... Did you talk to her? This isn't running away. I just wanted to help the people of the city, that's all. So, I'm bringing the Seaborns with me to the city. Don't tell me you're going to invade the city alongside those monsters, then. Then, the clockwork suddenly blared, and the ship shook as it began to move. Vessel masses have begun to move. Is this an automated sailing program? Damn, that's so loud. You want to go to the city? Sorry, let me just go back. Come on. The vessel Mahas will now sail toward the dimensional door. I'll let Rhode Island and Noreen go right in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us not to worry? Lost. Please calm yourself, Dante. It has not been determined if that is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm, shining lights and the voice from within is getting clear. You bastard! It's you! You! Why don't we just let them into the city? The battlers thus far have done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Seaborns pose. However, I don't think get very far even if they enter the city, don't you agree? In Hongyan, we've all seen what happens when sapient, sentient, non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible once the dust settles, yet it is also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Kong massacre. Your thoughts, Faust? Urban nightmare. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become a star of the city-level threat. Most interesting. There is a reasonable possibility that they may be issued the Imperator's covet-esque classification. Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, it should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. But Calcid shook her head resolutely. No. Your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither Organium arts nor any of its derived technology. And that is precisely what could make your world vulnerable against Seaborns. Is it because they learn fast? Yes, those on the front lines of the war against Seaborns stubbornly stick to using traditional low-tech weapons. Deploying high-tech or technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. And can we just let which the wing that ends up fighting these do take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust, even if they were to be convinced there would be other parties with alternative perspectives on the matter, complicating issues. So I was just typing something in chat. Hold on. The situation will rapidly grow out of control if backstreet syndicates or fixers get involved, unless the head designated a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying, yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well before they are expelled from the city. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, Mayors? By giving them a chance to become seaborns? Yeah, you're fucking crazy. What are you on about? Become seaborns? She ain't there. She ain't all there either, eh? What kind of help is that? Mayors, you know there's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here. No, it is different. Because someone showered the city with the light. The light. The beam of light from the White Knights and Dark Gates incident. How do you... Could it be? Becoming a Seaborn is to become part of a great will called Away Many. Just doing some stuff, sorry. By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form, but at the cost of ego, the sense of self. And that's what's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their sense of selves as they become Seaborns. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes. But the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them toward that evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible, it just might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own to remain uniquely themselves. And why is it that you advocate toward those of the city to join the Seaborns, when one could simply learn more of the light before returning here? At first, I thought all I needed was the clue to a better evolution, but Don Quixote's tales of adventures changed my mind. My adventures? You don't understand just how precarious you all are. And how would you, when you were born into that kind of world from the very start? A place where life has become a commodity and gold, one of its few religions. The city has abandoned its yesterday to survive today, and by doing so has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I need the light, the city needs Seaborns. It needs their tenacity to hold to life and their absolute unconditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't know or understand. So that feels natural, because Seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. Miss Mayers, do you believe the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields where Rhode Island has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected, but what came of it? Peace? No, it's not the same. Oh, it's the same. But still, we're all still getting better, little by little. I'm not trying to decide those small, incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can become a beacon of light that will lead humanity towards a brighter future. But what about everyone who was sacrificed while you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in that despair that seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me. People are diseased. They're so sick that, even in the far-flung future, even on the day the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. You. So I was right. When she started talking about all of that, it was a certain someone talking to you. Even when Aegers return to sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone with pointed ears, labeling them Aegers. Even when Orpathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're the right. There probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selflessness. But no, not when it comes to Seaborns. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress toward a better future built for mutual understanding, because they're the kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing for differences. The bells. A strange shaped form shimmers and materializes before I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round, and it looked like a tool. Did you fucking manifest an ego? It is possible that she already met the conditions to influence. A possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening in front of Mayors? Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of influences coming over from the city? Precisely. Connection to Fosk returning to normal level seems to indicate that. Wait, can people, in other words, I mean, Mayors, also manifest ego? Internal conflicts and anguish is a commonality among every intelligent Oh! Internal conflicts and anguish is a commonality among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. Huh, so let's just say the city ever, you know, comes to our world, yeah. However, no. What? What does that mean? Is she gonna fucking distort? Are you distorting? The potential to influence an ego implies the potential to distort as well. Ah, shit, she's distorting. You just were meant to be, huh? And what are you gonna distort into? You've been dreaming for a long time, Mayors. Drawing your own picture of an idealized world. It's you. I fucking hate you, you know that? Oh, Carmen. We gotta do this. And you have chosen the ocean as the means to building a path towards that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? Nah, I'd fucking corrode. I had to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful, there's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing to really achieve what I want. You're not being honest with yourself. I know that very well that you're afraid of becoming one of them. You're being creepy. Hold on. You gotta do that. If I'm going to rest. Fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. She's gonna fucking distort. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffably overwhelming will. Isn't it terrifying that this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to? Is this something Limbus company has experienced with? If so, I'd appreciate an explanation. She's hearing that voice. And that singular faith that one had absolute confidence in. Ah, it's so fucking creepy. Breaks in one fell swoop, and their ironclad will is shattered. People of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomenons are often accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would often behave as though they were engaged in conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken ego. At first, I thought it was Kathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that puts all deep contemplation to sleep. So calm, so warm. Yes, by the way, I am just fucking snipping all of this. Oh, you got anything to say, Mr. Marsalt? Because it seems like you've distorted before. No, there's more to the sunshine than its warmth. Sunshine? You don't share your... You don't share your interests with other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth. Ephemeral, as it may be. Right, we have to be about more than just prolonging our existences. What really matters isn't survival. It's what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that the light can indeed protect the sense of self, it will be more than enough to convince people to become Seaborns. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Mayors. This is the most we've seen her ever talk. You know, we've only seen Carmen in very few visions, and we've only seen her talk very few times, but this is just quite the conversation. But everyone has their own wishes. Can't just bulldoze over theirs to force them on mine. I think she's starting to realize that the voice in her head is not worth listening to. That's what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. Well, you're hesitant, helpless people who are bound to the inescapable brittle will continue to suffer. That might be true, but it's okay. It's okay. You don't have to hide the ship of your heart. Its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is how can you lead the people of the city, and then Terra. You're evil. Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operators, to positions. Hubbard is unable to approach as he's surrounded by a strange field doctor. Whenever someone would distort due to reasons other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too, all the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination, after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needed to be that of suffering. No, I... You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyways. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering? Before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent? Yet, you're right. There's no recourse. It has to happen faster. Can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes. Follow your desires. Shit, I think she's fucking distorting. And paint. Show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Again, this is the most we've had her talk to someone. So it's very interesting seeing what she has to say to people when they're distorting. Even in Liberia Runia, you rarely see her talk, only people mentioning her name, or mentioning her in general. Or the compass they believe in becomes completely worthless. Yes, the yearning flotsam. Oh, how most interesting that you distort into that. I understand the shape of your hearts and what makes you want to enter the city. But we still know so little about the Seaborns, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet, I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the sinners had the chance to translate my words, Mayor slowly turned in my direction, though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in every word and action of you and your friends, but that's not enough. You don't think they'll change? No, they will. In the far, far future. An undiscerning brilliance burst forth from before mayors. Past that light, I saw the ocean. The 4 a.m. mark, ding ding ding. The calm sound of gently lapping, crashing waves, the immense golden brilliance. A portal, where did it come from? Dungeons of the Fathoms. The gate that leads into one's heart. This privacy is where LCB Department's specialty begins. While the what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhode Island's presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Dr. Calcit. We're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want to turn our backs on people we can help. Rhode Island accepts Limbus Company's cooperation request. I'll go tell. You're still in Iberia. Can't let Iberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry, it's not like this is the first time we're letting someone not into our group into a Dungeon of the Fathoms. We'll be fine. More sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that sea terrors that were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll call Scotty here. We'll be staying behind then. Amia will go with you, Doctor. Following Maze, who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. Oh, interesting. Ah, brother. Well. Ain't no choice other than going in, yeah? I don't know how long this is gonna take, truth be told. During the final stretch of each chapter, you'll be exploring the dungeon. Yeah, okay, I know. We can go with a tremor. I think I might go with bleed again.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되갚아보죠.
News of the war is getting grimmer by the day. Eager. The sea terrors are coming, swarming. This is the day the ocean-born calamity broke and sunk Eager's seemingly infinite starward growth. Aren't you going to the surface, Mayors? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in Aegir. I'm not. If Aegir falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why, think you'll head to the surface too? I'm thinking about it. Well, there aren't that many. People around me began to leave for the surface. I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to leave with them. I'm going to the bathroom again. I'll be right back. Yay. Whoa, I am back yet again. It is time to continue. But flinging my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. It dealt a heavy blow to Ager, but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not, after hearing that such a terrible thing has happened? I think I'll head to the surface. Seriously? The surface? Think about it before you go. Really now, coming back might no longer be an option. Every day must have been a struggle for them. At least I don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide help, as someone who's better off than them, even by a little. I know, but if I don't go there to help, things will only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers. Maybe that danger is the very thing that will hurt you. I still think I have to help them. I procured myself an Agrian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to the land. Unable to even submerge itself while moving, this wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have even given it a second look. But I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal seas. I didn't expect this. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface was the bottomless hostility against the Jaeger. They denied my and Jaeger offered of her help for the sole reason that I came from the sea. They denied my compassion, my research. Get lost. We don't need your stupid research. You're from the same place as the Calamity, aren't you? Do you really think we're so stupid that we trust you? They confiscated my catalyst and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the Calamity was devoured by the hatred born of the same Calamity. Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible conditions of this land transform them into monsters, or was this always their nature? It wasn't long before the research vessel brought from Jaeger was confiscated out of suspicion. A few weeks later, when I finally came across that vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on its side, Rebellion de las Masas. But none of them was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors to somehow impede the sea terror's rapid evolution, to revive the Iberian soil contaminated by the Nethersea brand. But my work bore barely any fruit. And I let the days float by as I watched the Inquisition arrest the Jaeger one by one. When my sea terror samples and research note came into view, they all looked completely different from one another. Some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. And for the first time, I became doubtful of my efforts to interrupt the revolution. Her tales were not entirely fabrications. Maya is a bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition, regardless of her reasons. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. It's so interesting here. Distortion. All they cared about was their survival, without even a hint of selflessness. They're not some evil monsters from the sea. Mayors, I concede that seaboards may not be evil, but it doesn't matter what they are, whether they are commonly life forms or whether they are simply a different form of civilization. It doesn't matter, because Iberia and her Inquisition does not define seaborns as evil. Seaborns are our enemy, threats to human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. You, all of you, are my enemy. But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave for the city, wouldn't it? Why would you say that it's a good thing for us to toss our problems into another world? That will be like abandoning our pride. Unless they, the people of the city, give you permission as an Inquisitor, I can't let you do that. Yeah, and don't get your hopes up about that either. You can wrap it in a box that says compassion for all you want, but Mayors, your course isn't exactly the direction I'd like to sail in. As a result of the Senate preparing for battle and silent agreement with this small stand, Mayor's mothers with genuine disappointment. I didn't want to have to do this. Waves. I had no better word to describe the horde of sea terrors crashing into us. But this is the only way it could have ended. Your words are composed entirely of your color, and no one else's. Manager Dante, right. You speak. We will hold the line and defend this place against the sea terrors rushing in from the rear. So, in the meantime, can you take down Mayers and deal with the remaining sea terrors? Absolutely. The manager has responded affirmatively. All operators will be drawing the sea terrors to us. We do not need to take them all down. We just need to act as a wall between the wave and the people of Limbus Company. Irene, I would like to ask for your help as well. As for Amiya, please assist Limbus Company just in case. Ugh. Okay, then let the mission begin. We're coming to an end after like fucking 6 hours. Yeah, I know how these work. Whoa. This is insane. Now let's hope we can win the ego checks.
이거 참 설명해드려.
I'm tired, Dante.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Thanks, buddy.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 못
Maybe my SP.
꿰뚫려라.
ドクターのように優れた指揮ですね。効果的な攻撃でした。
Why are you rolling high now when you don't usually roll that high, I swear? No thinking, head empty. I'm tired, it's like 4 AM. Need to lower the volume as well. I apologize if the volume is, you know, getting lower and lower. It's like 4 AM, brothers. I'm tired. But I do this anyways because I'm a maniac. A dumb maniac, but a maniac nonetheless. I basically did the same when I was playing Ronia too, now that I think about it. I'd stream early and then stream very late into the night. Because it just takes that long to do. Very painful, I will admit. Again, I am a little disappointed because, like, again, I didn't get all the... I'm probably not going to be able to get all the egos because my luck is just not that good today, I guess. Most unfortunate. I did get a lot of other IDs and egos though, so that's cool. We come across a cavern full of silken ship remnants and golden treasures that have washed up inside. Here are all kinds of unfamiliar sculptures and twinkling golden coins. There's a whole pile of treasure here. Hey, the records here say that they used to be on a ship that sailed all across Terra. Oh shit, I didn't mean... It must be a ship built for conquest, built during the golden age of Liberia. Look, it says here that this is a golden chalice made in Sargon. Combined an arbiter of tall, proud sails, unparalleled technology, innovation, and a certain king's greed, and you get this. It's the kind of glory we can barely hope to retrieve now. These items would be extremely valuable outside, but none of them seem very helpful for the situation at hand. Should we continue to look, just in case? Yeah, sure. Lightning gloom, brother. Hmm. Gold Forge
당연히 내가
Compass.
1등 스코어지.
That is actually insane. Alright.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
What the hell kind of ego gift is this? Hey, it is very interesting that people can distort outside of the city and develop ego at the same time. So you don't necessarily have to be in the city for this to happen, yeah.
떨거지는
Most
잘라낸다.
interesting if you ask me. Oh yeah, ding ding ding, beat the boss before the nerf, ding ding ding. We're the funny night guy, ding ding ding. That's me, I did that.
따뜻한
기다려. 실밥이 터졌나?
効果的な攻撃でした。
Yeah, just end the ball. God, I really gotta stop staying up this late. Cause like sometimes I stay up late cause like I just can't sleep at all. And other times it's like it's me doing streams like these.
40
It's just like I'm just awake
먹지.
and I'm just there, existing. It's like, alright, I'm awake, can't sleep, I'm doing this game, I'm doing the stream, and I'm tired, and I'm not up to my fullest, I'm not at my full potential, and yet I'm fighting bosses left and right like they ain't nothing.
내가 어부를
We're nerfed.
뛰어내지.
Cause I'm a baller like that, he says as he slowly falls asleep. Like Lamau.
뒤는 내가 봐주지. 실밥이 터졌나?
Bro's the eepiest. Well, to be honest, this wasn't too hard. I do have, again, I really do heavily dislike the Night guy. A protection is so annoying to fight against, man. Like, it's so god awful. I feel like a slog. Like a slog fest, I guess, yeah. Or slug fest, I don't know the right word. Yeah, you got 2 protection. 3 eats. How many more are there? Oh my god, there's 18 of them left. Okay. We're gonna get this thing out of here. But there's been a lot of stuff in this little canto, I guess. This has been very interesting. Like the implications of some like the fact that people can develop egos outside of the city, which is most interesting. But I don't know if that's because Mayors was nearby the city. I think that might be the main reason as to why. she was able to develop ego, especially when she started hearing Carmen's voice, and that is also the most we've ever seen Carmen talk to someone. We've only seen glimpses in Library of Runia, and we've only seen tiny bits of talk from her, from Limbus. And this is the longest we've seen her talk before, so that's very interesting. And that's also very interesting that the two sinners that talked to her, well, of course, because Heathcliff already talked to her, but the way he described that voice and the way the music played, or the music that was playing makes it very creepy and scary. Because I did genuinely have chills up my spine when that music started playing, indicating that the one you're talking to was Carmen. It's also interesting the fact that Mercel came up to say something. So it's clear to me that Mercel, he must have distorted before, or dealt with distortion. I mean, he did say it himself that he dealt with distortions before. But it's not only just that, it's also the fact that he might have been someone who distorted because he was sharing his experience, or he was saying like how it sounded. Alright, what the hell is this gonna be? Is this gonna be Ilbris or whatever? Oh, just more. Alright. That works with me. Two protection and one power up is pretty good. Pretty good evil gift that I got there. I don't know if it would have been the same for the other one if I went that way, to be honest. It's whatever. Yeah, man, I don't even think I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, honestly, because I'd be too tired by then. Maybe I will stream, but I'll like stream Mirror Dungeon or whatever. Ow, ow. What the hell? That shit hurt. Annoying Alak. I wonder if she'll have a song. I mean, of course she will, but like, I don't know if it'll be like a Millie song or something. It'd be most interesting if it is.
이 정도로 나와 검을 맞대?
좀 더 잘 뵐 수 있을 것 같은데요?
승리로 이끌.
I can save all my moves for like really tough enemies.
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
아류 산초 경연 육수 느껴라.
Whoa, get washed, idiot. Whoa, no buff for you, nerd. Ouch.
승리로 이끌.
guys could do that.
포기하게. 나가서
For
싸워.
the HP.
내가 봐주지.
다류 산소풍열 80.
多数討伐確認。
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Yeah, get it takes back, nerd. Sure do love my unbreakables. Oh yeah, I guess I have all the 7 association members now, huh?
이 피아트럭을 마실걸?
Pretty cool, I guess.
ターのように優れた式ですね。
40. 먹지.
And again, I have all my other egos to make that great.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
Helplessness? Okay.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Whoa. My blood fiends are stronger. Six paralysis is honestly insane. That's so bonkers that you can just like get that much, man. And I also get constant buffs from my blood fiends. These are not just nice.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
They're one of those fellows. So tired, bro.
죄인인가?
Man. And just, I'm still disappointed that I didn't get that much out of the rolls, to be honest. Like, 200 rolls, I already used a pity, didn't get a single, like, ego. It's like, man, that sucks. It is most unfortunate. And there's not much I can do about it, so, you know. Other than like cry and sob. But you know, it is what it is, right? You can't do everything. Can't get everything you want in life. Totally could, but no. I could have gotten it all.
나가서 싸워.
Not really, but I just don't know, man. I was just lucky today, I guess.
산소류 경혈
At least I got a bunch of ecos and other stuff out of it. I got the Ralga. So that would mean I have like every single thing in from the previous season. Ow, you dick. Oh, that's not very nice of you.
또한 용서할 테니.
Can't wait to see what fun gimmick this distortion will have. Surely it won't be something horrible. He said as he cried. Knowing damn well it's gonna be something that he's not gonna like to fight against.
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
그쪽도 죄인인가?
되는 건 즐겁네요.
피날레로 시작하자.
forgot that that would happen. Oh wait, no, I guess not, since technically I have to. Okay, cool. Mission accomplished. Interesting that it's in Spanish. There's a long line of people waiting outside a rundown building. Inside, people in huts are distributing something to the visitors. I think the ocean blessings. Let's see. What does that say? I read it too quickly. Nah, staring at us. Nice, nothing happened. You trust me with my piggybacking. I'm good. Wow. How generous. Alright, Mayors.
어떤 조직 놈들인지
It's time for your undistortioning. It's time for your physical therapy. Ooh. Mayor's despair. The repulsiveness of people in the tent. And the faint hope from the light found within. All kind of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Amiya's fathoms, then sink again. Those same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered. The sins that people have committed won't just go away. Humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpeded too. But the tides that Miss Mayors is trying to summon to douse it will devour humanity, the civilization, and the city they came from. So, I don't think that's the right way to go. Not as long as Dante and the people of Limbus Company refuse. This isn't like the time I retrieved the ego. In place of the light, a speck of darkness cast a shadow. Me one ion. The strange power courses through me before radiating toward the sinners. Oh, interesting. So is this emotional? Whoa. Lunacy. Let's see here. Whoa. This is crazy. This is Rez. I do want to use this, so I don't think we can. What is it? Abysmal affinity, 10 protection. You're killing me here, brother. Negative 90% damage from burn, bleed, tremor, rupture, sinking. Lovely. Ego of responsibility. Okay. Great. Remove all there. Oh, interesting. So we can start building up her. Whoa. And brilliant glory flooring. So we can get that started up. Oh my god, 3000 HP. The impatient goes by.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Lovely, so we got all that to do. So is this targeting? So we just got a clash. Alright. It's gonna take, oh boy, it's gonna take quite a little while. At least we have our Blood Fiends, which are really good at prolonging battles.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えます。
That is the benefit that we have right now.
좀 더 잘 뵐 수 있는 건 즐겁네요.
Deep sea glider. We're like, get out of here, glider. Got him.
나가서 싸워.
I have the higher clash power, nerd.
꿰뚫려라.
Still find it funny that these guys do rupture, or two of them do rupture. Like, okay. What?
그걸 마실걸?
40
I must have healed or something.
먹지.
Somehow. Maybe? I don't know. I don't think so. So we're taking damage. What is this?
승리로 이끌.
You can't. Yeah, you can. Neutral. Okay, I need like a high ego roll. How about you? Alright, sure. Fucking Gregor's shining over there, man. Ooh, that's gonna be a lot of damage to him. 104. Nice.
私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました。
Wow. Impressive damage.
네 피분수.
나는 이 왕좌에 묶여 홀로 통치하는 자일지.
Very cool.
ターのように優れた式ですね。
Youch. 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 Stop that.
このまま行けば敵を増えて
Not cool, buddy. Damn, hopeless, hopeless. I gotta get someone to do this. And then I can maybe fucking clash. I only have one, unfortunate. You should be able to clash with it, yeah, cool. Even with your 10 protection, bruh. Feels like I need more. I mean, I think they have plenty of egos to AoE, so it's all good. Also, I think you should recover instantly from that. Yeah, wow. And then I think I can spam this, right? Spam it against these guys. And then these guys won't get any. Who is attacking?
재미는 없겠지만 그렇게 할게요.
I think that might just kill them all though. I just realized that. His ego. Interesting that even though he wasn't in the story, or as far as I'm seeing here, also, damn, alright. 35, that's actually insane. Where's the shred, the sword, this honor, and this glory? Won't be tarnished. Jesus Christ.
多数討伐確認。
지원을 갖추는
エリ
그대로
ートオ
무너져.
ペレーター並みの腕前です。
Do that. You have 21, so that's probably not wise. Unless. Yep, oh, you don't have manscaped, okay, for now. I shouldn't remove that. Because that still rolls so high because of the effect. Oh, it's bit.
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
Whoa. You get AoE'd. Ding ding ding, we're almost at 5 AM, brothers.
저 풍진 세상으로
I can at least be happy that I got Gregor's ego. That's good enough for me, I think, for this event, to be honest. Cause like, I don't think I'm gonna get, I honestly don't think I want to be able to get the other two, sadly. I'll try though, I'll still try. Oh, what are you doing now? Oh. Jesus Christ. Oh, no. You've aged a lot since the last time we met, Fabi. Is this a characteristic of your sub-race? You haven't aged a day. So, what brings you to the Church of the Deep? Seaborns are indispensable in our preparation for the impending dome. Nothing else can ensure the survival of humanity. Thus, it would only be right for me to join hand with those who are able and willing to become Seaborns, to search for a way to prolong our existence. We look to use this knowledge of the wise and the talented as nourishment for Seaborns, but that won't do anything more than prolonging our existences. But is survival alone not enough? I thought the bishop of the church would share a majority of that belief with me. Fabi, you and I both have put our faith in the Seaborns, but the word faith might mean something different for you than it does for me. Seaborns shouldn't be our object of worship. We have to stand on equal grounds on them and set our eyes on their natures. Please, step aside. Desperation, sadness, sympathy. May's emotions gust upward, carried by bubbles. Terra, a land in which the hatred for the different has entrenched itself. The city, a place in which people, crushed by the trials of life, have surrendered to its absurdities. They both need the Seaborns, perfected beneath the light. That is but your wish, Miss Mayers. Voss does not believe them to be necessary elements for the city. Even in the city, there are people who are searching for reasons to live on, dreaming of a better world. We all know that it can't possibly be easy to change, but there has to be some kind of worth, value, in that process alone, in the lives we lead in the city. What worth could there be to a life of our kind? The kind of life humanity is doomed to exist in, where all we ever do is hurt and hate one another. Listen, efficient order, natural altruism, they're both virtues humanity should never lose sight of. But there's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the values of life. Survival is the right of all civilization, which means that it should never be put up to others to find the worth of life, to argue for it. But what if there's no other way? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Some time had passed since I made Farah Moreto my home. Unlike my prediction, the Seaborn's evolution seemed to have lost its explosive progress, and Fabius seems to be content just observing their slow development. Maybe it's because they're directionless, without a specific wish. Even still, Seaborns were the key to changing Terra, the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we needed their survivability and adaptability. And the humanity that has turned exhaustion into ill intent needed the Seaborn's blind, selfless altruism towards their own. So while I never stopped my duties, something small but sharp continued to stab at my frustrated heart. Stuffied, stultified, and unable to be resolved. If we were to lose even our sense of selves and creed, assimilated into this stagnated great will, for the sake of survival, civilization had to be no more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of that paradox made the first crack in my confidence that Seaborns were the answer to the problem Iberia, the land, and humanity faced, and through the cracks the seeds of doubt were sown. But I'd already come too far to find a pattern more beautiful than the Seaborns. No more wasting time with these stupid ruminations. There has to be a way, some kind of condition Seaborns need to fulfill to retain their sense of selves, to retain their individual hopes and wishes. I stood adrift atop the intuition of years I dedicated to this purpose, holding onto this precious hope, and steeled my shaking heart. And that was the easy part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answer that lies right in front of me. All I need to do is find a way for Seaborns to help and wish, to have them each carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself like a mantra, again and again. But my drifting days came to an end when I found a new path, illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, yes, that day when the faint bluish light shone, a whisper visited me. Who's there? Whose voice is... What? The answer, sought through the aeons by people I didn't recognize, played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke it was muffled but warm and beautiful. The light of the city. The hearts that were lost, the emotions that were forgotten, the sense of self that... No, that's not enough of that. But I'd like to hear more about the light. The light that has sprouted from the 10 virtues. And the image of those words drew in my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever. Terra, the city, they've both failed to find a way out of this riddle. If they're going to be satisfied with living on as they are, then you can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep walking. Survival, worth of life, as I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas, I had no unflinching creed with which to convince her. That's not to say that the city has no need of the altruistic nature Mayor wants to bring there. It's not to say that I have a better answer than the combination of Seaborns and the light. Even still, the emotion, the regret, the conversations I found and collected over this journey alongside the sinners became my answer, and I ticked on. How interesting that this looks like the dark days and the incident that led to Carmen becoming the light. Honestly, I don't really know the city all that well either. My memory only goes back a year, and for what is practically my entire existence, I've been surrounded by the sinners in our adventure. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right, the city is an absurd, vicious place. Something new and horrible surprises me every other day, but... Mayors, the light you spoke of, I don't think that's what protects the ego. The sense of self. No, that just makes you want to fucking destroy it, brother. To protect it, you have to first look in flinchingly both ways. The path that lies ahead and the one that you've walked, then you confront the both. That can't be right. The light, it has to. You're just working based on what you heard about the city and the light, ain't that right? How can you be so confident that the light will be able to protect the Seaborn's sense of selves? Ain't that just what you want to believe? I think it's a distinct possibility. Even if the light can do what you hope it does, Mayors, it won't change anything. Turning our natures kind by transferring us into Seaborns, a convenient method like that isn't our path. Because the sense of self protected like that, the kind nature attained like that, wouldn't be our own, it'd be yours, Mayors. Protecting your own sense of self while being compassionate and kind, it's a path of unbearable suffering. We might fail some days, despite our best efforts. Some days we'll be forced to confront the sins of our past and suffer. Barely, not one of us, so we are now may see the accumulation of the path. Yet, I can hardly find it within myself to simply leave it all in my hands. It all in thy hands without so much as trying. You're saying that Seaborns can't be the answer I've always sought? It doesn't make much sense if you think about it, Mayors. Those sea monsters don't even know what self means. And that's why they show no hesitation before sacrifice. If you were to introduce the sense of self to those sea monsters, that selflessness you want will be no more. It's a seaborn shaped distortion who is not a seaborn, an endlessly anguished, contemplating distortion. That's interesting. Just like the blood fiends or the distortions of blood fiends. If Mayors wishes to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaborns may be the perfect answer for some people. A recent example, Phoebus, it seems clear to me that it was precisely his wish. But that doesn't seem to align with yours. Find a new answer, Miss Mayors. You're telling me I have to go back to wandering with so much time again in search of that new answer. You won't be alone on that path. Walk it together, relying on one another. It won't feel as long. Trying to carry such a heavy burden all by yourself, Miss Mayors, it's such a prideful thing to do. That must be interesting. Oh boy.
ただならぬ気配を感じます
God. Helpless. Alrighty. Yeah, there's only one thing to do. Oh boy. Whoa, time to get a buff. So what do we got here? Now we can only hope this works out. Goodness me. Maybe I didn't have to eco spam, I don't know, I was very unsure to be honest. Ow, never mind, I was most right to do that, I guess. Fucking hell. Ah, this is gonna be fun. One, two, the weight of your karma returns with each rumbling of the earth. Ouch. Oh, you're dead, that's your damn sure. I'm surprised you're not even dead yet. The Arknights carry away the windows the Mayor's past, soon devouring them beyond vision. It's almost as if Mayor's in the dungeon of the Fathoms now, the ultimate itself is fusing into one. A majority of distortions encountered by the bus team have assumed a form generally recognized as an organic entity. However, there's nothing preventing a distortion form from breaking that boundary and taking a different shape, as it may vary by the individual's desires. If our distortion is allowed to exhiberate undeterred, it may eventually crowd this very space in which we stand. As we were taking some time to catch our breaths, a few small machines tumbled to the ground, shot from one of the trembling fathoms. It must be one of those mysterious machines in Mayor's home we saw when we peered into her memories. Yeah. How loose they are. Well, you know, maybe she's similar to one of those fixer fellas who are always hell-bent on picking up every new cutting-edge workshop tech. Huh, it says, little handy down here. This is an oddly similar structure to the hand of the saint the Inquisitor brought. Gasp. Who shot this fantastically wonderful machine be of assistance in our battles? Rhode Island's already seem to have their hands full holding the line against the tide of sea terrors. We should probably just take one and leave the rest to help them out. Yeah. Yeah, just give me a...
敵が優勢です状況を今一度把握し直さなければ
heal more? That's what I'm talking about. I kinda am in need of healing right now. Just fucking ego spamming my way. As one does.
그저 하염없이 모든 피를 먹고 그래 그렇게 화물이 피어나고 피어나라
Give me all my health back, you nerd.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은
It is a pretty cool ego.
빠르지.
You can't lie, it is a pretty cool ego.
종원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
이 몸을 온당히 벌하심에 기꺼이 죄를 받아들이나이다.
I still don't trust the fact that because you still have your shield.
춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그러니 네
I
발목
guess I think you lost your thing, so that's cool, I guess. Okay, so perhaps you might have been overkill doing all of this.
덧없는 분노를 담아
But I kinda did need to. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure, to be honest.
주도록 하지.
Yeah, actually gonna stagger.
나는 이 왕좌의 무기야 홀로 통치하는 자일지니
I am modulating the top of this stuff. It's already God, you have 6 protection. That's actual fucking insanity right there. Do it again. Do you do it again? No, you can't.
다리우스 성을 80 갈라지도록.
Me when I have a giant fucking Fucking spear piercing through me.
상처에서 안 떨어질
Shit hurts. Ow, that still hurts. Ow, what the fuck?
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
You need healing. These are the facts that I know it. You need healing. And you just have an insane amount of protection, actually. Give me all my health back, you nerd. Or not. 83 damage, that hurts. Oh, he might die because of this. That's unfortunate.
가면은 쉬운 채로 죽여. 40.
How fuck is this fight gonna go, man? This is quite... Yeah, get hit by paralysis anyways, you nerd. You're so the darnest.
상념으로 맑은 하늘 가리고 이 한 몸 바쳐 땅 모든 피 쏟아내리.
Goodness gracious, it's still not enough though.
ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
대가리 딱 떼도
I'm straight up using everything I can. Just this fucking guy dies, man. I swear I had more healing. Or these guys just not want to heal now all of a sudden? Please, I'm begging you. We gotta end this fight. It's like 5 AM, man. I wanna sleep. Okay. I love getting instantly killed. Very cool. What shield are you getting, man? You're just getting all the shield in the world.
囚人が退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
Bro, legit. You did us. Could I just really stagger you somehow, man? You got so much shield on you, dude. That shield has to eventually disappear, right? Or is this just how long is this fight gonna keep going for, man? What the hell? They top me through it though. Oh, down my ass. Still does a lot of damage, dude. Oh, now you don't want to do 83 damage. Okay, there you go. 75. Like, ow. Someone got staggered again. Fucking hell, how long is this fight gonna go for? How long are we fighting for, man? How long is this supposed to go for? What am I supposed to do here?
대가를 딱 떼고
I know it doesn't feel like I have enough fucking damage for this, I'm not gonna lie. God, I don't even wanna try fucking doing the farming for this, to be honest. If it's gonna be like this.
합격장.
Cause it fucking stinks.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
목이 피었잖아.
Oh, 471 shield, awesome. Gregor's still alive with it, doesn't care.
音楽カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて
승리로 이끌
本当に嬉しいです。
I'm gonna save my eco resources. Okay, cool. Can you like not have that much shield? Holy fuck, dude. Don't worry, guys. We're getting to the end. This is taking us like 10 years to get to the end, but that's fine. It's whatever.
아류 산소통열 80 갈라지도록
Love that 51 damage. Great. I don't even know if the bleed team is optimal for this, I'm not gonna lie. Safe baby, but I don't know if that's true. I hope so.
찍었네.
Give me back my health, you dick.
필은
Ugh, not again. The absurdities of it all. We'll be awake if I this boss fight. Ow.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
뭐 저기야!
Damn. 472 shield again? Oh my goodness. Then how am I supposed to do this boss fight? Because you keep getting shield over and over again. Like you expect me to do this, and it's like, oh, okay, I want to do this, but like, you're kinda like not giving me any options here to do much, you know? I swear your shield was like at 200 or something, and now it's just back. It's like the fucking
정화.
It's like, wow, okay, cool. I'm McLovin' it, I'm McLovin' it, I'm McLovin' it. I'm hating it, I don't even know what I'm talking about. McDonald's now. It reminds me of that's right. Reminds me of Hong Lu's Kanto, where his grandma just did not want to die. Like, legit, his grandma just did not want to die, and this was how this fight was. This is how it felt. It's like, no matter how much damage I did, it just took so long, dude. And it still is. And I'm just getting staggered over and over again. Another staggered. This is not pulling apart. We finally got it to 175 shield. Oh, lovely. Yeah, no, that's cool. Okay, so no matter what I do, I just lose. Okay.
대가리 딱 떼고.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's totally fair and not totally annoying at all. But all my synergies probably died there. Yeah. Let's hear it. Let's hear it in the back again. How fun fucking how fun this is doing this. Oh my god, and she's back at. Okay, so how do you? Okay, so how am I supposed to win this fight if you're just gonna keep doing this over and over again? To be honest. How am I supposed to win this fight? You do not have 10 protection. I guess this is it. I just lose. Yeah, okay. So what was it that you wanted me to do here exactly? Asking for a friend. Cause like I kinda can't win or do anything. Cause like, you kinda just like, how do I say this kindly? Fucked every chance of winning. So I just lose. Okay. So that's how this fight is, I just lose. Okay. Okay, cool.
人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
닥쳐라 해.
So what am I?
누굴 패지
What am I?
내가
What
정한다.
am I expected to do here exactly? Other than to get fucking tossed around and lose?
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
I'm asking for a friend, to be honest. Just asking.
죄인인가?
엎드리도록.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
We'll just try one more time, guys. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just tired. Because this is very annoying. I say this because this fellow here loves to gain all this shield that I can't counter. I can't do anything against, really. To be honest. And I don't really understand what the fuck I'm supposed to do about it. To be honest.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 가지. 엎드리도록.
Yo, Tsima, I have to get. It's like I don't know, man. I'm just tired, bro. I think we're not getting past this one, fellas. It's almost 6 a.m. I don't want to do this no more. I think this is the first time ever in history of me doing something like this where I just sleep because I'm tired. Okay. Because it's very annoying the fact that this is just getting more shield again and again, and there's like nothing I can do about it, to be honest. Or it feels like there's nothing I can do about it. Bruh, you kicking my ass. Miss Shining Man again. This isn't even like difficult, it's just annoying. That's all this fight is, to be honest. It's just very annoying. Ah, lovely, love it. Love unbreakable, love unbreakable, love unbreakable, love unbreakable. Totally not the most annoying status or fucking coin known to man.
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대? 승리로 이끌.
And then at the end of this, I'm gonna be like, "Wow, what a peak collab." He lied naturally through.
나가서 싸워.
Because, like, again, and it's not only that, but it's the fact that she has unbreakables that inflict the thing that I don't like having, that makes me take a bunch of that automatically staggers you at 30 and you take a bunch of SP damage, I believe. I don't know anymore, man. I think that's very unfun. So where's all my healing at,
適し
bro?
た攻撃でなくても
Healing disappear.
最善の選択だったはずです
So this has just become very annoying to do.
40
And again, unbreakables. Let's...
敵は深手を負っています
Yeah. Helpless. Ah, it's because of you. Brother, I don't know what else to do here in this fight. Other than to just keep fucking fighting, you know? I think if I just fail this, I'm just going to bed.
실밥이 터졌나?
I'm just tired. I'll continue tomorrow, I guess.
추잡하네
We love AoE Unbreakable. We love AoE coins. We love AoE coins. We love AoE coins. Most fun, just absolutely fun to fight against them. Just absolutely, brothers. Do I even care anymore? Bro, do I even care anymore? It's a good question. Do I even care anymore? Like, I can get all the buffs in the world for my blood fiends, but like, it's not enough. How did you get oh, you guys still got healed, that's right. Cause you fucking, yeah, you know what? You know what? I'm just gonna go to sleep, guys. I apologize, I'll continue tomorrow. Yeah, this is gonna take me another hour to do, and I'm not willing to sit through that. Alright, so thank you guys for watching, I guess. Whoever's watching this godforsaken hour. I'll see you tomorrow, I guess. Bye. I'm not